Taking over. It's a coup. The chair is not here.
Taking over.
It's 11:03.
Honorable member. Taking over late, coming late.
No, I've got a support today. You know, we are taking over now. The ANC has ran away. The GNU is collapsing in front of us
The
here.
ANC is caucusing outside.
Yeah. They no longer.
During our time, they are caucusing during our time.
They don't care about South Africans. Just look
The
at them.
ANC is caucusing outside during our time.
The people are caucusing outside.
We apologize.
Taken over.
It's 4 minutes past 11 now.
I've taken over already.
11.
I've already taken over.
Caucusing outside. 4 minutes past 11.
Coming this
The
time.
center is not holding.
The ANC no longer cares. The
Should have
ANC is
convened
late.
them at 9 o'clock,
late.
not now.
Chair, please. Chair, please manage the noise. There's noise in the chamber. Please manage the noise.
It's ready.
Center in the GNU is not holding.
The leader of
morning.
society is back. We may
Good
proceed.
morning, honorable members. It's 4 minutes past 11. We must start. Today is our last day of proceedings for this week. Good morning, Honorable Sangoni. Good morning, Honorable Ngola.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Sokanyile. Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe. Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Locha sihlalo emgcini sihlalo lesitshaba sonke sekhaya namalunga lawo kumuntu ongaphange endlini esibetha mthetho.
Umusi wamhlanga. Jali. Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Cameron.
Hello, little late, but I suppose we'll have to do.
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Klopp and Honorable Vessels.
Morning, Chair. Good morning.
Honorable Matthews and Honorable James.
A belated good morning, Chairperson. We saw you busy caucusing with your party there outside, but good morning still.
As they say, rather late than never.
We
Good morning,
were
Headmaster.
caucusing the pleasantries. Honorable Souls. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Today you are in black and white.
Yes, sir.
A black man in black and white.
It's actually silverish, grayish, silverish.
Yeah,
It's not white,
okay.
but definitely a black man, yes. Black
Yeah.
African.
Advocate Arense, Advocate Mkhwanazi, Advocate Mkhize. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, everyone present.
Mr. Andile Tejana, good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members and my colleagues.
And thank you so much. When you were not here on Tuesday, we explained to the members that you are busy with the implementation of their decisions. We want to thank you so much because those decisions have been implemented. We applaud you for that. Fellow honorable member, Honorable Diane Kwalabanat.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, how are you?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
Yes, I can see today you have a retinue. Do you want to announce members of your retinue?
Certainly, there are the attorneys Shannon Solomon and Alex Reese and Advocate Nick Ferreira.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh no, Honorable Sokanyile says she has not heard you.
Okay, attorneys Shannon Solomon and Alex Reese and Advocate Nick Ferreira. All right, thank you.
Solomons, Weiss and Ferreira. The staff of Parliament, good morning. the staff of caucuses of parties represented in this committee, good morning to you, and members of the media, a happy good morning to you all. The apologies that I have on record is the apology for the Chief Whip, Honorable Ntuli, the apology for Honorable Malema, who is not coming today due to organizational commitments. Honorable Mkhwanazi is in the Northern Cape. And welcome back, Honorable Shongwe. When you came here to greet me in the morning, you know I strongly warned you that you have not been here for 2 days and you must be careful if you want to raise your hand to speak today because it's the last day of the week for us.
You can't defend the age, you can't.
You must be careful. Eh,
He didn't have mandate to greet you, so he breached our factional discipline.
yeah.
We don't greet members of the ANC. We caucus before we greet them.
Yeah, that's why we also had our own caucus. And I was instructed by the caucus to come and warn him the way I'm warning him now. It's a caucus decision.
What is the warning, Sheikh? What does it say?
Honorable Matthews,
Thank you, Chair. Just before we get into, your people are looking at me with very strong eyes. Before we get into the nitty-gritty business of today, just some housekeeping issues that we'd like to raise. I don't know if you'll take a decision that we discuss it after, because these weekly meetings is not getting, or we're not dealing with some issues, and we're closing now. So I would think that we need to be more conscious about the time that we have left. But what I would like to request, and maybe the technical staff in the meantime can do that, since we've started this committee, we've never been given a single minute copy of any administrative meetings that we have. So if they can start preparing those, especially those that are speaking to decisions or discussions that we made around witnesses that need to appear here, because we make decisions that are not informed by minutes that were taken. It's what we remember from committee. So I'm requesting that we do that, and then our next meeting, we are able to make more informed decisions about what's going on. And as the EFF, we do not want to be part of an ad hoc committee where there's some political parties that have been deployed here to protect criminals. So we're going to do everything that we can in our power to make sure that we follow the rules and procedures and the legislation and the constitution above all that governs us. Thank you, Chair.
yeah, all those minutes will be made available. And as the chair of this ad hoc committee, I have also declared that my greatest wish is to display unimpeachable integrity. And I also do not want to work with members who want to bring the political agendas to the work of the ad hoc committee, but commit themselves to saving the people of South Africa. Can we hand over to the advocate to confirm that the witness before us is the witness that we have expected today, and make remarks if you have to make.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. Good morning, Ms. Kola Barnett. Chair, I can confirm, and I'm sure you know very well, and colleagues, she's now on the other side of the fence today. We have conferred. The statement was drafted by her and her lawyers. But I have been through the statement with her, and I can confirm it is properly commissioned, and she's appearing today to give her evidence orally. Thank you, Chair.
And how long is the statement?
It's is it 10, 9, and then some annexes. It's not a lengthy statement. But I
How-
suspect
How much time are you going to need to?
I think the exchanges might be much longer than the 10 pages. Probably until lunchtime, to be on the safe side.
Okay,
If that's 2 hours.
yeah, I will give you an hour and assess after an hour how far you would be. And if you will not be done, we can stretch it to half an hour to 2 hours.
Thank you, Chair.
But let's agree that the latest by 1 o'clock, you must be done with the oral presentation. Honorable Diane Kolabanat, good morning once again, because today you have chosen to cross the floor. I'm going to have to swear you in and then read the following to you before the swearing in process. You have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigates the allegations that have been made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Our expectation is that you will help the committee in its investigative and oversight roles. The allegations that have been made by General Mkhwanazi include, amongst others, number one, alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or the NPKTT. Number two, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership of the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, alleged political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation to you, Honorable Barnard, the chairperson of the committee has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Honorable Kolabanat, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You will be required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you shall give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
Would prefer an oath.
You have opted to take an oath. Please follow me as I dictate. You say I and state your names in full.
I, Diane Kohler Barnard,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
say that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole
the whole
truth, and
truth,
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the presentation of your evidence. All the best, Advocate Arens and
Thank you.
Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Again, formally, good morning, Ms. Kohler Barnard. You have been a member of Parliament since 2004. It's a long time. Okay, I'm not going to debate that. And you've also been a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. That was since last year, 1 April 2025, and a member of the Police Portfolio Committee, also for a long time, since 2006, save for a brief dalliance, is it, with the Public Works Committee from 2015 to 2017. And you also serve on this committee as an alternate member. Just before we proceed, as a member of the Police Portfolio Committee, just your general sense of what's unfolded since you've been sitting on this honorable committee and heard a lot of evidence. We're not going to debate technically what evidence means, but certainly information given to the committee via witnesses, live witnesses, written submissions.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I've seen this roll out over and over and over again. Certainly I and committee members, all the MPs here, many of them have raised issues of the looting of state funds, misuse, misappropriation, of purchasing things worth nothing for a fortune and then pocketing the difference. We've done this, all of us, for many, many, many years. Certainly, we saw it with the Mkhwanazi years and the mass looting there, and he will be in court soon about those mass abuse. It's just extraordinary, the charges he will face. So this has gone on year after year since I've been in Parliament. That sort of criminality, the use, misuse of hidden funds. And we've seen also those, for example, who tried to hold Mr. Mkhwanazi to account. Oddly enough, we had Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi try to get rid of him when he was the acting National Police Commissioner. Glynis Breitenbach and the NPA did her best. They forced the withdrawal of that case, so she walked out. I was under attack, all of us, anyone who was having a go was under attack. And it took a very long time to hold people to account for that. I've seen suspensions of people, for example, Robert McBride, Dr. Dintwe of the Joint Standing Committee, now the latest IG, all suspended the moment they come out with information about criminality. Usually they get back in after a court case, they're found innocent, but it seems to be the knee-jerk reaction when one raises any information about possible criminality within the system.
When you raise them in Parliament, in committee?
Yes, I raise it everywhere I possibly can. And sometimes I feel I'm successful, other times I feel like I'm pushing a boulder uphill. So it can be very enervating to have to do this time after time, year after year, where you are saying, but I'm seeing money being stolen, misused, and you have millions in irregular expenditure. No one's ever held to account, ever, ever, ever. people are not fired, people are not gotten rid of, because people are making a fortune out of all of the departments.
So one of the aspects of the terms of reference of this honorable committee is to advise, make recommendations to the National Assembly on how one restores trust in the system, in the criminal justice system, and more particularly in the police. And one would think that the portfolio committee and other committees like SCOPA would be entirely the appropriate place to raise these things, because you, and we are reminded of this daily by this committee, that you're there to represent the public, members of the public, because we know from various witnesses that have actually appeared this week, they've lodged complaints through the formal channels available to them, and they get no joy.
It's going to be extremely difficult to regain the trust of the citizenry because of what has gone on, what has been revealed. As I say, this is not new. Much of what has been revealed has been going on for years, and many of us have been raising it for years with no response. And the frustrations that we heard about yesterday, where members have they've done all the right things, and most of them do. They go through the channels, they raise it with the correct people, and a blind eye is turned. So yes, I think, I mean, at one stage, I just said, fire everybody and start again. Vet them again, make sure they haven't been looting. But it's very hard to work out where exactly South Africa turns now, because while you have literally thousands of fantastic police officers who will take a bullet for you, you have that core element who are just there to loot. And it is heartbreaking to see, because you have police working in police stations with virtually no resources. I went in Wentworth the other day in eThekwini. The ceilings had fallen in, and the detectives division, 6 of the officers were shot, and one man said he sat with bird lice falling on his head while he worked. Appalling conditions, and yet the money's being looted hand and fist, and it's very destabilizing for those inside who want to do the right thing.
And so, since you also now serve on the Intelligence Committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, has that perspective of yours, has it gotten worse? Has it been confirmed now that you know things that all of us who don't know or haven't heard of, or haven't seen?
Sometimes I hear things that are very distressing, but of course what you hear there stays there, and for very good reasons. But my years on the Police Portfolio Committee have given me a very clear mandate, to my mind, that I'm there to unearth corruption and reveal it wherever I can. The Joint Standing Committee is a very strange committee in that you take nothing in, you take nothing out. You never stroll out with some classified documents. It's impossible. It cannot happen. It's very tightly curated. So what goes there and the information given there stays there, and for very good reasons in many instances. So yes, sometimes it's what you hear, and thankfully one does hear the progress that's being made, and that's very heartening. But of course it must stay in that committee.
And you also enjoy top security clearance as a
Top
member
secret
of that
security
committee.
I don't enjoy it, but yes, I went through the process.
Technical term. Sometimes it's used in another context. Anyway, but we've heard evidence here, and there was a bit of a difference of view. There was a witness here yesterday who, subject to him applying for permission from the DG to appear, because he served in the State Security Agency. But we've heard evidence here selectively from crime intelligence, about crime intelligence. I'm not sure whether you were present when Mr. Mkhwanazi gave evidence. And it was extraordinary. He actually didn't get security clearance. He apparently went through all the hoops and hurdles, but then what eventually wasn't. But he controlled that secret account. Remember that his evidence was in relation to when he was approached for the grabber. And he's also, well, not quite implicated, but he's also involved in another matter against Mr. General Pashlani, where he did well, he says he didn't authorize the tender, but he was asked whether there's sufficient funds, and he said yes, that's what he did. But anyway, that's the kind of, I'm just contextualizing the very important role that he played, but yet, one, he didn't have security clearance, and two, we hear this from him and other witnesses.
The vetting, the clearance, has been a massive issue for as long as I've been here. When I've finally convinced the powers that be that there should be, for example, lifestyle audits on all the top structures. Many of them just refused and walked off. Many of them won't do vetting. They simply walk off, and there's zero control. But in crime intelligence, it's the same. There's a backlog. They don't have sufficient people to carry it out. And it's a huge issue when you have people dealing with classified information with no clearance. Because I often think, what if a matter goes to court and they find that the evidence you've given was obtained by someone who doesn't have the right to see that information? It's a whole morass that they bring upon themselves because the system isn't working.
Now, how is this committee, or obviously it will be your opinion, your viewpoint, and your other honorable colleagues will have theirs. But so much, it seems to be from the evidence in summary that the fight, as it were, in SAPS is control of crime intelligence and that secret account.
Yes.
For covert activities. Because although there's some kind of accountability, and especially when you start paying, you have to pay informers in cash and all that. And you like go to account and you get a wad of notes, maybe in a Woolies bag, I don't know. But you get this money, and that's where the accountability gets very fuzzy and hazy and amounts to millions. So we hear this, it's about crime intelligence and it's about procurement. That's coming from either side, you know, if you view the witnesses either being on this side or that side.
Those are exactly the 2 points where the major looting happens. Procurement, and I think that applies frankly in any department. Procurement and buying bottles of water and paying 100 Rand each, and you pocket the difference. And that's on a very basic level, but it comes to buildings. Standard procedure is if you have a building worth 100 million, the lawyers and people go in there, the architect and the powers that be will say, okay, so it's 120 million. No, look, the papers say 100. And they say, do you want to work again? So they keep quiet. And the 20 million extra is distributed. And that's standard procedure I fear, in many of the departments, and certainly in the SAPS, there are major issues along that line. Procurement is one of the biggest ones. Certainly the slush fund is a huge problem. Looking globally, it's often handled differently to the way it is handled here. Everyone has that sort of slush fund in terms of where it's needed, crime intelligence, etc. But certainly the handling of it has been extremely difficult, and anyone who has tried to control it, to get it under control, is soon booted out. I've seen it happen over and over and over.
So just related to that issue, I wasn't going to ask it, but does that not go to Scopa? Does it stay? I'm not asking you for any details.
Yes, it goes nowhere. It goes to the Joint Standing Committee, but if one recalls, the high-level review panel report that came out in 2018 was released by the president.
Yeah, that was also served before the Zondo
Yes,
Commission.
way before,
It is
2018.
It is a public document.
It is a public document, and I studied it very carefully, and it lambasted the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence in the 5th term, the 5th Parliament, because state capture happened under their noses and they knew nothing. They were told nothing. And for them to hear what had actually gone on later was a huge shock to them. They did what they thought was the right thing, but it was all hidden away. So finding and tracking down the hidden funds, the hidden amounts that are being stolen is an extraordinarily difficult job. And because there's no oversight by the scopers, etc., how does one do it?
Because I think with respect, I think the Honorable Committee, we've done pretty or reasonably well in relation to procurement and identifying what the problems are, the blockages, and how the manipulation of the system takes place and how it works. And some of those cases are actually before the courts. We know that, and I think my colleague, Advocate Chikalala, did a pretty good job when she led the witness, I think Fani, in relation to the procurement and the system, and he had to concede at the end of the day that there were big problems and gaps. But how do we do that in relation to crime intelligence when we have witnesses sitting where you're sitting and saying, sorry, I can't disclose this because the information is classified, it's confidential, but it impacts directly on our terms of reference?
It falls down to two structures. That would be the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, who can only do what they can only interrogate what they're given. So what's hidden away, we can never find. But the Inspector General of Intelligence has the ability to demand any information. That is the level of his clearance. And we've had wonderful Inspectors General of Intelligence. Previously Dr. Dintwe, but he was of course suspended for a while and then put back. We have the current one who has just also been suspended right after he'd finished his report into this matter. So they do the best that they can, and I think they're on the whole honorable, honest people. But of course, the forces against them are inordinate. But they are the ones who are supposed to unearth what is happening at that level.
Did the now suspended Inspector General, did he appear before the committee?
Frequently.
Did he appear just before or after he was suspended?
I saw him before.
Do you know the reasons? I obviously don't want to get into the detail. Do you know what the reasons are for his suspension?
I do.
And has the committee inquired into it?
I can't speak about what goes on in the committee. It's not up to me to say that.
I didn't mean to get any detail because I don't know. I asked for copies of a report that appeared on News 24 on the 29th of January. Okay.
Thank you so much.
I think you got it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know Kyle Cowan at all?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
This report is obviously embargoed and should not have, but it was leaked clearly
Clearly,
to leak.
it's been in many newspapers.
So is this the report that you've seen?
I'm not going to confirm that. Not my job to do that.
That seems a rhetorical question almost, but anyway. Now this report, if it is indeed the original or a copy of the original of the report, contains some really serious allegations, charges on the part of the suspended IGI.
Do you agree? Indeed, it does.
I mean, I'm just talking about
And what's in
this
that?
what's
Yes, indeed.
in here. And it also references some, in fact, the page references, but there's a paragraph which says the Secret Service account has been abused without reference to this report. He refers to, or the report refers to, years of chronic underspending of secret funds allocated to CIA, resulted in a large pot of money being rolled over to the 2024-25 financial year, granted permission by National Treasury. So members of the public, they've read this report, I think for pretty obvious reasons. There hasn't been any official response from your committee or the chair of your committee or parliament or from anyone in crime intelligence. So these allegations, they linger in the minds of the public, and they tend, after, if there's no official rebuttal or confirmation, then it sticks in the public mind. And the problem, what I want to get at is, or get to, is these allegations are disturbing.
Extremely disturbing. I was concerned that the previous Minister of Police, when questioned about the only two properties that I knew of at that stage, said it was under investigation and that report will be available to all in due course. He said that in Parliament. So it's a pity it hasn't been released, but obviously it's being leaked somewhere.
Okay, Honorable Kola Barnett,
So,
may we take Honorable Matthys?
Thank you, Chair. Can Senior Counsel please guide us on which pages and which part of the statement we are on as we go through?
So
Thank
yeah,
you.
so Honorable Matthys, unfortunately, the document was just printed a short while ago, but it's not paginated. Maybe let me just one, two. Sorry? Are you looking for the document? It's a hard copy. It's a News 24 article. I thought you had all received it. Sorry. It's yeah, but is it the page or the article? It's on if you count the pages, page 6, where I made reference to the Secret Services account. Yeah, they're not numbered.
Chair, we've got documents and the pages are not numbered. What must happen? Because we can't follow the testimony.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. If we can just get some assistance, just count the pages and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On page 6, or the 6th page of this document, that's where I made the first reference to the Secret Services account. 7, 8, and then page 8 of the document, where I'm also made reference to the Secret Service account and the chronic underspending. And then I want to refer to page 10 of the document. So there are 12 pages. Can you just number them? Can you get another copy? I want to, have you got it there, Ms. Kohler-Barnard?
I beg your pardon. This is of the document you've just
Yes,
circulated,
yes.
correct? Okay, yes, I have it here in front of me.
So on page 10 of this document, there's a paragraph at the bottom. Have you got it? Khumalo, that's a reference to General Khumalo, previously told Parliament that the leasing deals were rife with corruption, with a number of deals linked to family members of CI officers, but he has not made public any corroborating evidence or any CI officers being charged or arrested for corruption. You see that?
Yes,
Can you confirm that?
I don't think so, no.
Or was it not you've also served on the portfolio committee of police?
Yes, indeed.
Was
But-
it
but
not your experience while
the-
you were in that committee?
The budget is divided into two. One section covers the secret account and the rest is open to the public and would be in a committee such as this to be interrogated.
So as you know, and as the public is aware, a major figure in this inquiry and at the Matlanga inquiry has been Major General Khumalo, and also in his capacity as the leader, the coordinator of the PKTT, which is almost at the heart of this inquiry. And the report indicates, if true, that the suspended IG had made scathing findings against senior police officials, including Major General Dumisani Khumalo. I'm not going to ask you to confirm that, obviously, but if true, that's of major concern.
If true, it absolutely is, and would possibly explain a great deal about why he has been suspended.
Now, you might be relieved that I'm going to move off this report, but I'm sure some of your colleagues might ask you some questions later, because obviously it's near impossible to interrogate the report with you serving on the Intelligence Committee. The allegations made by General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July and the allegation that the criminal justice system has been corrupted, has been infiltrated, were those allegations new to you? Were you startled? Were you surprised, or was it, or rather, let me ask you, what is your view on it?
I think there have been rumors for some time. People get irritated that their cases take so long to come to court. Perhaps the backlogs in the courts are an issue, but the very fact that, as you just said, there are certain people in court as we speak,
So,
having been charged for abuses of funds, is a very positive step. I got very frustrated with the outcome of the Zondo Commission, in which we heard about certain people walking out of state security areas and others with suitcase loads of money. And still, I kept saying, where's the action? When is something going to happen? When's somebody going to be held to account? But I think finally, and we all know the wheels of justice grind so incredibly slowly, finally people are starting to be held to account. So I think that's a positive turn, but to label all the entire judicial system to be a problem, I think is in itself problematic. Pick up the specific issues and deal with them. But to just damn every judge, every magistrate, every body involved, I think was excessive.
yeah, I mean, to date, we know about the allegation that has come forward at Matlanga, and we also heard from a witness. I think it's, yes, actually, Mr. Mkhwanazi also mentioned a sitting judge and an acting judge, and disclosed the names. But thus far, we haven't heard the names of any magistrates or judges and so on.
Indeed.
So what does that mean? Is it irresponsible to make these? Because one of the things that our country is actually praised and well known for is its judiciary.
Chair, sorry, in the absence of the chairperson, I don't know what must happen, but senior counsel, you are still not telling us which page you're on. Oh, okay. Honorable.
Okay, I think the senior
Acting Chair,
counsel, because
we don't know, we don't understand where we are on, which page we are on. So senior counsel, I'm begging you, please say on paragraph what are we here on paragraph what, so we can follow exactly which part of the statement we are dealing with, because we're leading evidence here, please.
Honorable Mattis, are you referring to the statement or the attachments?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. Senior counsel, we keep asking him, please tell us, are you on the attachment? Are you on the statement? If you're on the statement, we're on paragraph what, and we're leading.
Yeah,
Because it also seems that senior counsel just makes political statements here while he's leading, but it's not here in the witness statement. So I think our witness statements must guide us on leading evidence, please, and be referred. I don't think we're asking for too much, Acting Chair.
Okay,
Thank
senior counsel, can you help us with this? The statement is in paragraphs. So please guide us through the paragraphs. Which paragraph are you dealing with? So when the attachments that are attached with the statement, two are actually numbered DKB1, DKB2, DKB3, DKB4, up to 9, I think. Then there is the last document that has been just shared with us by the committee secretariat, which is the only one that has no numbering. So I think if you are referring to it, Senior Counsel, you can just say, for example, in the page that is written switch and save. So that we'll be able to quickly browse and look on the paragraph you are referring to, so that we're able to follow you through. Thank you, Honorable Mattis.
Thank you. Where was I? I don't know why I must explain a line of questioning. Where we stopped was Honorable Kola Barnett's membership of these committees, and the questions that arose are incidental to a membership of those committees. We know we're constrained and restricted Honorable Acting Chair on asking questions around the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Related to that was a last-minute article which would ordinarily be in our exhibit bundle, which has been copied to the honorable members, and questions were asked in relation to that document. We had a problem because those pages were not paginated, and then we simply counted, and I asked for an indulgence for committee members maybe to mark the pages themselves. I think there are 12 pages, and I think we have subsequently referred to those. I haven't yet referred to any of the annexures that are part of this affidavit. And moving forward, I will certainly get into the statement and reference the paragraphs and page numbers. But I think, thank you, Honorable Acting Chair. So I think we were at the allegations made on the 6th of July, which is the basis of the terms of reference of this committee. And what was your reaction or response to the allegations of infiltration of the criminal justice system? And again, I asked that
The allegations in the council are contained in which paragraph?
it relates to what's in paragraph 6.
Okay. For us to follow you through properly, when you leave paragraph 6, please indicate which paragraph are you attending to.
Yeah, if I don't refer to what's in the statement, then it would be questions that arise incidentally from other parts of the statement, as I've indicated. We got stuck, as it were, on Honorable Kola Barnard's membership of these committees. I will get in more detail to paragraph 6. I'm dealing with the terms of reference, your membership of the portfolio committee on police, and what your responses were. I think you articulated those responses. The infiltration of the criminal justice
Apologies again,
system.
Senior Counsel.
Yeah.
Matthias?
Thank you. Chair, the legal team had an opportunity to sit with the witness. So whatever they wanted to raise that is not from the terms of reference with her must be captured in here. Chair, it's lead evidence. Tell us the statement, lead the evidence. I understand asking questions in response to a response, but we've just keep going off the beaten path here. And we've been tolerating it for way too long. Statement, if a question arises from there, just do it. The senior counsel himself is just telling us, oh, I'm within the terms of reference, but it's not here in the statement. Why was that not done with the witness before we got here? We've been very tolerant. Now we're at the end and we must still be doing the same thing. No, Chair, just help us so we can move quickly and more efficiently now. Please. Long-standing member of parliament, she's also been here in the committee as well. The statement should have captured whatever the senior counsel wanted to bring to our attention. So please just help us and guide the senior counsel now. He just goes off on his sightseeing way too much.
Thank you. It is our belief, Senior Counsel, that the statement itself, having been signed, actually deals with issues that the ad hoc committee is trying to address, which are part of the terms of reference. Is that the understanding of what is happening? Is that a correct understanding of what is happening?
In the first place, I indicated this morning, I can't recall whether Honorable Matthias was present, that the statement was not drafted by us. It was drafted for or by Ms. Kola Barnard. She's got a legal team here. I had a meeting with her yesterday to go through the statement. I had indicated to her the questions, or some of the questions certainly, that I will ask, which don't appear from the statement. So as evidence leaders, we can't own this statement like we have in the case of other witnesses where we spent days and hours consulting with witnesses, drafting or assisting in drafting the statement, and where we could point directly to what's in a statement. But in my respectful.
Okay, Snekans, sorry, please hold on there. So you actually mean that there are parts that you would like to lay on that are not part of the statement as it was drafted by the witness, which some of them would have arisen out of a public information, some of them would have arisen on previous testimonies. I'm just trying to get on part of the issues that are not addressed in the statement, which you would like to proceed on. And if that's the case, then you must be able to brief us that on this date, so-and-so testified before the committee and said this in respect of the witness in front of us, so that we're able to get the context at which the questioning and the leading is coming from, so that we're able to follow you properly. You can proceed.
I think I have done that with respect. I referred to Brigadier or Colonel Mkhwanazi. I referred to General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, and now unless you expect us to extract exactly verbatim part of a transcript, which we only just received the other day.
Proceed.
Then I make these broad allegations, and you know, and hopefully it's not inaccurate, and it's evidence that's been before the committee. But I note the objection. I'll try and make a reference to the statement as far as possible. Again, just in relation to your membership of the Police Portfolio Committee, the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July, which is very, very well known, and which, as you can attest, appears in every statement that we've drafted as evidence leaders. They are recorded in the statement. It's not here because we didn't draft it. But in the terms of reference, it's foreshadowed by similar, almost identical revelations that General Mkhwanazi made on the 6th of March. So I asked you the question, what was your reaction to what he said on the 6th of July? In fact, on the 6th of July, he expressed a frustration that what I've told Parliament, what I've told the public, it doesn't seem to have landed. So I'm taking this unusual step of, you know, almost like I know it's been criticized, but appearing almost in paramilitary style before us, and almost threatening that if nothing is done about the state of capture of the criminal justice system, then they might do something about it.
Yes, I think some people have welcomed what was done. Some people have criticized it, saying it looked as though the country was under siege or having a coup. What I heard was a very frustrated police officer who felt that he was being let down by the systems. He didn't raise, well, much of what he said was not raised by him in the portfolio committee previously, but certainly what he came out with, you know, people were fascinated and some areas horrified. From my experience, much of what he said could be tracked down to be real and honorable and honest. Other items I was a bit cautious about and thought, I need to see proof on this or that. So I don't know what the ramifications will be of him doing what he did, whether he's seen as a whistleblower or what his status is and position. But he made them, and now we're looking into them. That's what this committee is doing.
So that is by way of a background that leads us to paragraph 6 in your statement. Are the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi directly against you, accusing you of revealing certain classified information as a result of your membership of the JSCI?
Yes,
Do you want to deal with them in paragraph 6?
I think we might as well. In 6.1, I would like to just make a small correction where he did not, in fact, during the press conference, name me specifically. I look back, he just simply said politicians. That actually came up on the 17th of September and again on the 7th of October here in this committee. I believe that he thought I was a leak out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and had leaked all this information. However, the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence did not exist at that stage. It was only put together on the 1st of April. So all of this happened way before. And of course, I have no idea how the information about initially the hotel came to be in the newspapers.
Yeah. So in paragraph 7, you say that his allegations stem from some erroneous understanding of your membership of the committee.
Yes.
And that the information that you did disclose first was already in the public domain, and second, you say they relate to a period before your membership of the JSCI.
Indeed.
Do you want to deal with the press statement on the 14th of January 2025, and then also that on 17th of February 25?
Certainly.
It appears on page 4 from paragraph 9 onwards.
Yes, initially that news report about the splurge on a luxury hotel,
That's
13th of January. That is
sorry.
point number 9.
Yeah, DKB1. Is that
Yes, indeed.
the first annexure?
That was the first I'd heard of it. I think first most of South Africa had ever heard of this. As Mr. McBride pointed out, it's unknown that specific entities like this would be purchased, because if it's discovered to be part of some intelligence matters, that people can't just get up and leave and abandon the property. They now own it. So it was a very, apparently never been done before. So it was very curious, especially in the light of the fact that SAPS members are working on literally the smell of an oil rag. An action essay came up, our colleague here came up.
And so, sorry, just before we proceed,
Certainly.
Honorable Member, the article itself is again written by Kyle Cowan.
Mm.
I asked you earlier, you don't know Kyle
No,
Cowan?
I've never met him.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, action essay, and kudos to them. Honorable James released a statement with reference to that article almost immediately. It took me a day or so to put mine together. And mine then came out the following day, asking questions about what on earth was going on. And I had checked with the Minister of Public Works, who said there were no such buildings under his purview. And so I then reported this to the Inspector General of Intelligence.
So just to clarify and to summarize that, DKB1 is an article which appeared
Yes.
on News 24, and you had nothing to do with
No.
with with the
Had no knowledge of.
disclosure. DKB two arises from Action SA making certain demands and demanding IPID action.
Mm.
And DKB three is then quotes you.
Yes,
And your questions, one is before you become a member of the Intelligence Committee, and two arises out of these articles that have now appeared before that.
absolutely. This was on the 13th of January that this article came out. The Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence was only put together on the 1st of April of that year.
Then on the the article on which is annexure DKB 4,
Yes,
is that still related to the initial article in DKB 1?
yes.
Can you perhaps elaborate on DKB 4, which you do at paragraph 12 of your statement?
Yes, indeed. Having written to the Inspector General of Intelligence, I was then even more shocked to hear of another building. I asked the Inspector General to add that to the investigation I had requested. The Minister said in Parliament he had also requested an investigation from the Inspector General. Not privy to who else may have done so, asking him to investigate, because it was such an unusual and peculiar situation of expenditure for an entity that basically had never done such a thing before for very good reasons. So yes, I asked him to investigate the matters, which he duly did.
And that request would be at DKB 6.
Yes.
So this is on the 12th of August.
No, that.
This is on the 12th of August. Is there something wrong?
That is an error which I have laid out. It is an error
Oh,
in the initial one sent through. It was a
It is.
staff
it
problem
is, yeah,
and has
you
been
deal with
corrected,
it
yes.
in
Because the
paragraph
correct date
16.
is,
Yeah,
the
sorry.
correct date, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So the letter that you write in August of last year, that is now after you become a member of the
As I said, I
committee.
think this,
You became a member on the 1st of
yes,
April.
this is dated incorrectly, as I recall. 17th of February.
Oh, the letter is misdated, but
Yes,
was
it's
only sent.
misdated, and was done so by a
What-
staff member, but it definitely went through on the 17th of February.
Yeah.
2025.
Is there anything you want to highlight in?
Sorry, that I was just pointed out, that is clarified apparently in paragraph 16
Yeah.
of the affidavit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there anything in that annexure DKB 6 that you wish to raise or highlight?
It was only that the date was, nobody noticed when it went out that it was the wrong date.
Okay.
Which I clarify in my affidavit.
Okay.
Um, then is there anything else you want to highlight or mention in that section from paragraph 15 through to 21 that I may have omitted to ask you? You do conclude at paragraph 21 that there's no merit in Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's allegations that
Absolutely.
you obtained knowledge
Uh,
of the two property purchases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not a member of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. It did not exist. In fact, it took a full year to be established, during which time there was no oversight by Parliament over the intelligence, three intelligence bodies. I was not a member. I was a member of the Police Portfolio Committee. And so I was speaking in that capacity because I was shocked at what was being revealed.
So if we could just move on to the other section, the parliamentary questions of 5 March and 26 March. DKB 7. And these are recorded in Hansard.
Hmm.
Do you want to deal with them at all? It's from
The-
paragraph 23 onwards.
Yes, the only questions I asked were about the two properties, in the information of which was already in the public domain. So as I've asked many ministers of intelligence previously, now minister in the presidency, it's called, I'm asking for information, and they either give an answer or they say the answer will be sent to the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. And that's what he said he would do. Certainly, our colleague in MK asked a very follow-up question at the time, asking why on earth they would be buying such a property at what seemed to be an exorbitant price in relation to what its real value was.
And then at DKB 8, you deal with the question you posed on the 26th of March, 2025.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking. Oh, here we go. DKB 8. And that was the question, yes. Sorry, in DKB 8.
Did you not have an opportunity of raising these questions in the police committee instead of taking it to the media?
Well, I took it to Parliament.
Yeah.
In oral question time, where you specifically put questions to any of the ministers and they answer you in the House, in the chamber. So that's what this was. One also has the option of writing questions, but this happened to be oral question time. So they answer immediately.
Thank you. Then you made some concluding remarks at paragraph 26, and you attach DKB 9, a media statement that you issued. You want
Yes.
to discuss that? briefly?
Certainly. I believe that his theory was that centered around the fact that he believed I was a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. And once I corrected that erroneous belief, I felt he owed me an apology, because you can't leak out of a committee that doesn't exist. So I was not happy that I'd been labeled basically a criminal, when in fact I believed I was doing my job that every MP has to do, which is oversight, an oversight role. That's the biggest role that we play, is doing oversight over the entities we work on, the committees we work in. It's our job.
Did you hear it all from General Mkhwanazi?
No, he has my phone number. He didn't, he could have asked me beforehand. He chose not to. So, yeah, we do have something of a history, but he had no intention, I think, of ever discussing it with me.
He hasn't appeared, he appeared before us
Yes.
here in this honorable committee. But in the police committee itself, has he appeared since? Where you could have raised this with him?
Not that I'm aware of, but certainly when he came before this committee, the allegations were toned down somewhat. There were no longer allegations I was part of a criminal syndicate or that sort, or broken the law, which would have been leaking out of the committee. But he was still markedly furious, and you could see he was saying that all MPs had their, everyone in the room, I don't know who all that included, had their devices monitored by crime intelligence. Made many claims, but I knew I had not ever leaked out of a committee that did not exist.
Okay. Then in your conclusion at, on page 9, paragraph 29, you state that you've never seen classified documents outside the JSCI. And as you mentioned at the outset, these documents are carefully curated and never leave the room of the meetings where these committee meetings take place.
They absolutely are. They're numbered. You go in with a pen, maybe, you leave with a pen. Nothing goes out of any of the JSCI meetings. And I was shocked to hear that Honorable Adams had in his hand classified documents. I can't begin to imagine how he got hold of them, but we all know what he did with them.
We just, as regards Honorable Adams, we have extended an invitation to him to consult with us, to perhaps appear here today after you gave evidence, but I believe he's been involved in the by-election, some party work. We'll definitely raise that with him. Do you want to make any closing or concluding remarks before I?
Certainly, I just want to reiterate, I could not and would not in any case leak out of a closed committee such as the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. It did not exist at that time. I was a member of the Police Portfolio Committee, which I thought I would stay on full time, and only at the last minute was told, no, I'll be going to the Joint Standing Committee as well. And I've always endeavored to do the best that I can here in Parliament. I've treated every head of every division, every National Police Commissioner in exactly the same way. I was as tough on the Ria Pierres or the Jackie Celebis or any of the others, and certainly the Mkhwanazi and co. I was always the person who would raise possibility of corruption, and that's what I have continued to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member Mkhwanazi Barnard. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. That concludes the leading of Ms. Mkhwanazi Barnard's evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arense. Thank you so much, Honorable Mkhwanazi Barnard. I'm allocating 20 minutes per member. We're going to start at past. Can I check those who want to speak today so that I can be able to arrange the time accordingly? Honorable Sangoni in the ANC, how many wants to speak?
2, Chairperson.
Okay, 40 minutes. MKP. All of you. 1 hour. DA,
One, Chair.
1.
We won't need more than 10 minutes.
Okay. And then honorable vessels. Okay. Honorable souls.
30 minutes.
Eh?
30 minutes.
No, I want to check if you want to speak. I'm allocating a flat amount of time today.
I would like to speak, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable
And
Matthijs.
then if you would allow me, I have a point of personal privilege or explanation. If you
Honorable Matthijs.
Chair, on a serious note.
Yeah, no, let me check with those who want to speak first.
Okay.
Honorable Matthijs.
No, the EFF has nothing to ask, Chair.
Okay.
Joking. Yes, we do. Thank you, Chair.
Look, there is a red color on my waistcoat. There is a red color on my waistcoat. And this coat is 20 years old. Yes, it's by coincidence that when the EFF was formed, this coat, this red color has always been in my wardrobe. Honorable James.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to speak.
Okay. So we have roughly about 3 hours of speaking. Honorable Souls, I'm going to, you request how many minutes?
You said you're gonna do a flat rate of 20, Chair?
Eh?
You said you're gonna do a flat rate of 20 for everyone?
Yeah,
Or are you referring to my point of privilege?
yes.
Oh, yes. Chairperson, I'm very offended, very, very offended. When you spoke to me about my dress code,
Yeah.
Honorable Reitenbach made a comment, which I didn't hear, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me a WhatsApp to continue the statement that I didn't hear. And to my surprise, Honorable Breitenbach on WhatsApp was comparing my African attire to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And I'm shocked that the House is laughing and finding that humorous. My African attire. And then I was saying to her, I'm not following. What is this? Then she sends me another link with a picture of Harry Potter.
Yeah. Let me do this, Honorable.
So I'd like to say, Chair.
Because it's a private conversation, it's a private
No.
private WhatsApp conversation.
No. You see, Chair, the last time the same thing happened. You said to me, I should wait, and then I should wait for the appropriate time to then bring it up. When it happened the last time,
Yeah,
I now did what you said. I waited to bring it up. It's incorrect for the honorable member to liken African attire to witchcraft.
yeah, no, it's wrong, I agree
So
with
I
you.
demand a public apology and withdrawal from the honorable member.
Okay. When the honorable member comes back, I will tell her.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Yeah, but, and then here after I would have, thereafter, when I would have done that, I'm going to request you that your private conversations must end at that level.
Chair, you are further disappointing me. That was not a private conversation. It
Okay,
was not a private conversation.
Okay,
I bring it to the house because it will affect how I operate here because I'm offended. Now I'm
Okay.
saying let's address it, let's clear it up. It's not small.
okay,
So you wear African attire, these things has meaning. You liken it to Harry Potter and witchcraft.
okay. No,
Not private, it's wrong.
I heard your concerns. We must be proud of our Africanness. Okay. Can we start, Honorable Sangon?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Honorable Breitenbach. I just have a few questions. I'm not sure if it.
She is Honorable.
Please, man, I've got Harry Potter ringing in my ear.
She's Diane Kola-Barnett.
I do apologize.
Diane Kola-Barnett.
I do apologize. Good morning, Honorable Kalabanat. I think that the first issue that I wanted to raise with you is around I suppose the essence of your argument around the JSCI and the fact that it was only constituted, I think you said, I may not have the date now, but March, April 2025. Now, my first question, Honorable Kolabanat, is that you served as a member of the JSI in the 6th Parliament, didn't you? Do you remember the dates?
I'm afraid I don't remember. It did take a long time to be sworn in. Not as long as it took for the 7th Parliament. I don't think it's ever been a year. But from then up until the election.
Okay.
And then it was a year after the election until the Joint Standing Committee of this term was sworn in.
Okay. Okay, so according to, I think, parliamentary records, you were first appointed a member of the JSCI on the 30th of October 2019 until the elections of May 2024. Now, I'm just keen to find out, why did you not disclose this in your statement? Because I think that's quite a material omission.
It is an omission and should have been there. Apologies.
Okay, so when you then joined the JSCI in 2019, it's correct to assume that you would have taken an oath to secrecy in 2019 when the JSCI was constituted. Okay.
Absolutely. One swears an oath and in the understanding you do not leak information out of that committee.
Does the oath expire with the end of the term of the JSI?
Yes, it does. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to be sworn in a second time if you join the committee again, which you are.
Okay, so if we follow that logic, it means that after the term of the JSCI, any and all information that you would have gotten in the JSCI, you can then share it. Gandhi, what does this oath of secrecy mean?
No, it does not mean that, if I may correct you. It means that what you hear in that committee stays in that committee. One doesn't want to endanger the country by revealing what you've heard at any stage. But what happens outside of that committee, of course you can comment on. It's quite separate.
Okay. You know, yesterday we had an issue here with a former member of SSA. I mean, I know you're not bound by the Secret Services Act, but the argument that was raised is that the information that one would have acquired in the course of, you know, being under that law, and I would think similarly as the JSCI, that information remains, you know, under this oath of secrecy, if I can put it.
I think it's possible that the consternation was that they did not know what he was going to say. Robert McBride revealed he's also in the SSA. He was not held to any, there were no letters involved there. So perhaps it was that they didn't know what he was going to discuss. I don't know. I know there have been attempts to gag certain members. I know one minister then it was a Minister of Intelligence, attempted to shut down a member of the State Security Agency who wished to give evidence at the Zondo Commission. And that actually went to court, and that was rejected, and he gave evidence. So I honestly don't know where that letter and the reason for stopping him came from.
Okay, then in your affidavit, you didn't attach, and I could have missed it, and my apologies if I did, you didn't attach the parliamentary question to the Minister of Police on the 6th of June, 2025. Is it there? Okay, all right, sorry, my colleague says it's there. But when you put that question to the Minister of Police on the 6th of June, you were now already a member of the JSCI, right? Now, in his response, the Minister of Police refers you back to the JSCI. Did you agree with the Minister of Police that that matter belongs to the JSCI as per his response?
I think he was in a difficult position. He did say it was under investigation and that we, meaning members of Parliament, would be privy to the report when it came out, which has not happened. But he also had put in a request to the Inspector General of Intelligence to investigate the matter. He found it as concerning as I did.
Okay, so being an experienced member of the JSCI and having received that response to the minister, don't you think that that question you should have raised it in the JSCI rather than to the Minister of Police in an open platform?
The questions I raised were only in relation to the two properties that were in the public domain. I most certainly didn't refer to anything else. I had no idea of the magnitude of the situation. That only came out once the Inspector General had revealed his report within the committee.
Honorable Kolobanad, you know, you spoke about all the work that you've been doing over many, many years, and obviously, you know, experience that you would have on intelligence matters. And you then at some point spoke about, you know, some things would be kept within the JSCI for fitting reasons. Now, this issue of these properties, and the one, I know that there's even an address that's put on there. When you consider it, you don't think that there's fitting reasons or that would compel you to handle these matters in a different way. And what I mean by that, I mean, I've heard you raise your issues around corruption or the perception of corruption, but you would understand the criminal justice system well, you'd understand criminal intelligence well. Do you not think that, and I think General Mkhwanazi alleged this, that you were putting legitimate police operations into jeopardy by going public around some of these issues?
Absolutely don't. I'm not here to cover up things. I'm not here to certainly cover up anything I believe has smells of corruption. It's not my job. My job is to hold them to account. And every single question that was being asked of me and information that was being told to me was that this was a huge issue, which in fact, and I feel fully vindicated by the report by the Inspector General of Intelligence.
Okay, all right. I don't want to stray into that because I wanted to ask, what was the point of contention? Was it the buying of the houses? Was it the value of the houses? What was the issue?
I can only refer to the two properties that were in the public domain at that time. Obviously, this report is leaked everywhere now, but let me not refer to that. Yes, the issues were the costs, what possible use they would have for a boutique hotel when their officers were literally working on the smell of an oil rag with no resources, and money was taken away in order to buy properties which had never been done before. There was huge consternation about why this had happened and for what reason, because the moment someone realized, as was outed in the newspapers, what its use was supposed to be for, it's useless. What is it now? They have a hotel. What are they going to do with it? Which is what I was asking the minister It's a very strange aberration and had to be looked into, and I believe should be looked into, not only by the Inspector General, but certainly by Parliament.
Okay, and the report that you've since received from the Inspector General, I'm assuming speaks to those matters. You did say at some point that you feel vindicated. Can we take it that there is action to deal with whatever we know that report would have come out with?
The evidence leader produced, I'm not sure if you were in the room. He produced this, which I hadn't seen, but it details in great detail what seemed to be the report and the action steps that the Inspector General believed should have been taken or should be taken.
Okay, I'm asking this because, you know, the JSC, the standing committee, you know, the standing committee is shrouded in secrecy, and you will obviously have questions that arise on the role of that committee of Parliament in dealing with a lot of the issues that we've had. I mean, we've come under, as Parliament, under extreme criticism, you know, in terms of the extent to which government is held to account. So maybe let me not go into that, but I think you get the point that I'm making, that we are hindered from asking then, you know, what are you doing in the JSCI to deal with those matters? But I'm hoping the report will speak to that. My last two questions, Honorable Kolobana, you said during your testimony that you have a history with General Mkhwanazi. What is that history?
When he was the acting National Police Commissioner, of course, he'd been at 38. He himself said he was shocked, as was everyone else, to have a 38-year-old jumped over the heads of 20 generals was amazing. And he was shocked, we were shocked, everybody was shocked. The generals who'd all been overlooked were shocked. So he then had to be promoted so that they would salute him, and he then took on the job. And while everyone knew his expertise in the field was unparalleled, no one was really sure about his administrative abilities, which of course is a major part of such a role. And of course, as ever, with any new appointment, I gave him absolutely the benefit of the doubt. But I fear issues started arising, and I ended up reporting him to the public protector and suggesting that he be removed from that position. I think that I've done a similar job on many people anytime I thought there was ill doing, but I think he took it very personally. That's the only reason I can think of for his particular attack.
So when the general appeared before us, and I don't want to misquote him, so I won't, I'm paraphrasing, but he made a veiled threat, and I think it was to you in particular. And he said, go on, speak some more, you will see, or something of that nature. I don't remember, you know. What did you make of that? And, you know, yeah, what did you make of it, and what do you think he may have meant?
As I recall, he was making threats of people being sent to Pollsmoor. He was threatening the journalists in the room. He was threatening people who may have commented on things he didn't approve of. Yes, it was a very threatening outburst. And what was very strange was that comment I referred to earlier, that every one of you were having your devices, our devices, everyone in the room, monitored by crime intelligence, which of course Lieutenant General Khumalo later said, no, I'm not. So I don't know. I think he was speaking in anger, speaking out in anger, but it was very threatening at the time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kolobanat. Maybe just to ask, with everything that has happened in relation to this matter, I mean, the 17th September story, I didn't quite, understand how that information would have landed in your hands. I don't think I saw the story, but I don't want to get into that. I just want to say, with everything that has happened, do you think that there's something that you could have done better, handled the situation better?
Absolutely not. It's the job that I do and that I've been doing for over 20 years now. If I think there is wrongdoing, I raise it. I'm not paid to keep quiet, put things under the carpet, hide it away. That's not the job of any MP. And I believe truly that I did the right thing. And the fact that there's been a full investigation, I think shows that it was the right thing to do. And as I say, I was not the only one who asked for the investigation, but I'm very pleased it was done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Barnett, are you aware of the South African reports, Volume 5, case of independent media versus the Minister of Intelligence, which actually dealt with the classification nature of an information that has been publicized?
I'm not aware of it.
For the benefit of your legal team, it's independent media versus the Minister of Intelligence. It's in the South African law reports. It's a 2008 case, page 31. That decision says a classified information that is in the public domain does not lose its classification. Do you perhaps now see that the fact that you say this information was in the public domain does not really make any solid document?
My response would be classified when, by whom, under what level? As a member of the Police Portfolio Committee, there was no reference to any classification of anything. So I don't think this is the same matter.
So is it evidence that
It's not as though
was not classified?
there was no classified documentation at all available at any stage
Why
that I know
then
of.
refer it to the IGI?
I did,
Why?
because I thought that he would be best placed. He is best placed, not thought. He is best placed to investigate.
It is because you knew that the information in its nature deserves an intervention from the Inspector General of Intelligence.
To my eye, it looked exactly like a carbon copy of the looting that was undertaken under Richard and Bluely.
And it deserved an attention from the IGI.
Indeed.
Do you agree that all the reports by the IGI are classified?
They are.
Okay. Do you see where I'm going? That you have no knowledge of any classification of the information, but on the same day when you went to the public, you wrote to the IGI, but without waiting for the report from the IGI, you went to the public. Do you get where I'm trying to go to? Because it is my view that the fact that you had to write to the IGI is because you knew the nature of the information might need a classification, because you know that the IGI reports are actually classified. So I'm not quite convinced that you had no knowledge of any classification of the information.
I had absolutely, the properties were out there in the public domain. I had no idea this story about the hotel was ever going to come out anywhere. I don't know where the information came from, but in my experience, when an entity is starting to show signs of corruption, people inside, as we heard, they go through the steps, they go and report it, they report it, they report it. And eventually what happens is the place starts leaking. It happened with the State Security Agency 5, 6 years ago. It was leaking like a sieve. because people were unhappy with what was going on. I believe this is what's been happening with
But
crime intelligence.
applying the reasonable man's test,
Mhm.
would it not have been reasonable for a member of the National Assembly to write, as you did, to the IGI, await a report on the factuality of what you saw on the media, then you go to the public?
I wrote to him and I told the public I wrote to him about what was in the public
I'm saying-
domain.
Would it not have been a reasonable indiction or a reasonable reaction for a member of parliament to, as you did, agreed, write to the IGI, await the IGI to give you a factual report on what has been reported in News 24, then you go to the public with factual information?
How would I go to the public on a report that is kept within the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence?
Okay, let's pass that matter. Tell me, as you have served, I'm just following where Onom Sangwane left, as you have served in the JSCI for a number of years, you take a secrecy oath, ne?
Hmm.
Does it expire after the 5 years?
As far as I'm concerned, yes. That
So you can-
pertains to that
you-
specific committee and one may not leak any information out of that specific committee. Which
So the
shut down
secrecy
the
oath
day
does
of the
not-
election, yes.
So the secrecy oath does not expire after the expire of the term at JSCI.
I have never leaked anything out of the committee.
No.
That's what I swore not to do.
Okay. Do you believe everything that you see on the media?
Don't be silly. No,
Beg your pardon?
no, that would be silly.
That would be silly.
Yeah,
Okay.
I question everything.
Do you not, as you make an assertion in your statement that part of what you have that has driven you to go to the public is the fact that you're a member of parliament, and therefore if you see something, you need to act in the interest of the public?
It's my job.
Do you not think that it would have been reasonable, explainable, had you follow the matter in due course, instead of starting by the public and the writing on the same day?
The information was written in great detail. And I followed up on that.
So you believed it as it was written?
Yes, I did.
So you believe everything that is?
I do not believe everything that I read. I
Do you have an
believe what
obsession in the media?
I beg your pardon?
Do you have an obsession with the information in the media?
Obsession?
Hmm.
Certainly not.
I do not. Why were you demoted in 2015 as the shadow minister of police?
Because I shared a Facebook post that was inappropriate.
And you don't have an obsession?
Obsession with what? That's not something
sharing-
that was in the media.
Sharing information you're not supposed to share.
I made a mistake. I admitted it. I took the punishment. I moved on.
Let's hope that this is not a second mistake. We're going to take your word for it. Did you not consider that sharing the description of the properties in the public as a responsible leader of the public and its locations is a irresponsible action that may endanger national security?
I believed I did the right thing, asking for an investigation which seemed to be corruption. I swore to myself when I read the high-level review panel report that this committee should never hide away such corruption again. And certainly nothing came to my attention in the previous 5-year term. This came out in the public domain, and I immediately felt this was absolutely something that had to be raised. And I only raised the properties that were in the public domain. I had no idea it was such a much larger issue.
The point is, did you not consider it as endangering the national security?
I don't consider corruption to be something one can lightly brush aside. And I don't believe that massive buildings have anything to do with being front companies, as was explained in detail by Mr. McBride.
You correctly wrote to the IGI and took for the IGI to actually make an investigation on the matter and report to the JSCI.
Mhm.
correctly so. So in this instance, you have got an objective cause that there must be an investigation, then a report to Parliament, as Section 198 says, that the authority of the intelligence is in Parliament. Now, that's the first action you took, which I commend you on it. The second action you took was to make a statement in the public. What objective did you want to?
I wanted to show that I was doing my job as a member of parliament.
But it was already something in the public, so there was nothing
Yes.
you were bringing.
I don't talk about things that are in the committee. This was in the public domain.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is you were doing that as a member of the public.
Yes,
So I'm saying you are not bringing something new. It's something you also, with the public you're communicating to, you saw in the media.
yes,
So there's nothing new we are bringing.
sorry.
So I'm trying to get the objective of you going out there when you have already followed a due course.
Why shouldn't I? It's my job.
Okay. Do you think the nature it was shared, it's, no, I'm trying to establish a difference of complaining about what we've seen in the public, which you think may be something that endangers the national fiscus. But do you consider it not negligent to share the location, the pictures, and all that?
As far as I know, nothing was classified.
Thing was classified. Have you received the report from the IGI?
I have seen the report within the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, and I'm not going to refer to it because, of course, it was seen within the Joint Standing Committee.
Can you repeat that?
I have seen the report or had the presentation made by the IGI within the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence. Therefore, I will not talk about it.
Okay, now it is classified.
Yes, now it's within the Joint Standing Committee.
Before you were not aware of the classification, whether it was classified or not.
Anything that is presented within the Joint Standing Committee is classified.
No, you did not get this information from the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. You got it from News 24.
Yes,
So did it not trigger you that this may be because you have served in the JSCI for a number of years? So you have got an institutional memory than I do as a member of parliament as well. So did it not trigger your conscience that this may be an improper sharing of information by a media house? Did not trigger you that before making any action on it, I should exercise caution in further sharing it and further make a clarity within the system so that we're able to best know that this is how such kind of information I should deal with going forward?
I cannot be part of a cover-up. I will not be part of a cover-up. And simply ignoring what was in the public domain would have been exactly that.
So when you say you cannot be part of the cover-up, it means that you have got a strong belief on things that are said in the media without verifying them.
Do you imagine I didn't check what was going on?
No, because you wrote on the same day and you went to the public on the same day.
So,
And you are not giving us any confidence.
excuse me, you're
if it-
mistaken. You're mistaken.
Okay.
It was our other honorable colleague, James, who put out a statement on the same day.
Did you not put a statement on the 14th of
I
January?
put out the statement the day after this information was in the newspaper.
Which is which date?
The
Is it not the
article-
14th of
the
January?
article was the 13th of January, and that's the statement that Action SA then commented on that. Mine was the next day after I'd spoken with various
So it
people
was
about
today
information.
you made a public statement a day after,
Day after
having
this
followed
came in
which-
the newspaper.
having followed which process in verifying the veracity of what is
Yes,
in the media.
I did exactly that.
No, I'm asking.
I checked
The
with,
article is on the 13th.
yes,
you make your own statement on the 14th,
Yes,
having undergone which verification process on the factuality of what is said in there.
I speak to various people who are my sources. I spoke to the minister, I spoke to a number of people saying, can this possibly be true? And I was satisfied in my own mind that it was.
Spoke to the minister.
Yes, Public Works. It's in my letter saying that I had spoken and that as the custodian of immovable property, he had not been approached to purchase this property.
So the minister was not aware.
No,
When did the property, when was it bought?
I think the previous year, after the election sometime, the date is in the article somewhere. But certainly while the Joint Standing Committee was not sitting.
So you're not aware if it was bought before or after the elections of 2024?
I had in my head that it could be after, but I can't recall the date. October 2024 is where it is.
When
Apologies,
it
I
was
didn't have
bought.
it when it was purchased.
When it was actually awarded?
I
So
think-
we're not
I'm-
aware if the process would have started before June 2024, and then the final was in 25.
I can't help you with that. I
Yeah,
don't know.
because you understand that purchasing a property may not mean that you go and swipe today, then it has been
Certainly.
purchased. Yeah, so there's serious process that is undergone, which may actually mean that the process had been started before June 2024. But it's fine, it's something we're going to verify,
First I heard of it.
something we're going to attend to. There is an issue about the letter that is written a wrong date in October, which was supposed to be dated 14 January.
Yes, it was a clerical error.
Did you send that letter to the minister, to the IGI,
To the
through your
IGI.
email?
Pardon?
Was it through your email address?
No, it was through the staff email,
Staff
my staff that I work with.
in the parliamentary office.
No, in the Democratic Alliance office.
Let's pass that. There is an issue that keeps on coming in the article or in the articles that the property was bought at just over 22 million rands, 22 or 24, around that. But when you check on the listings, property listings, it actually costs 9.4 or 9.2, around that, 9.5, I think that's what it's said in your article. Your article is at DKB 3. Now, should we take it that the actual grievance that you hold is the actual value of how the property was taken, judging from the language that is used in your public statement?
It raised serious questions about the amount, in the same way as I described earlier, when a bottle of water is purchased for 200 Rand, when in reality, through the budget, when in reality it costs 5 Rand. This is a prime example of what Richard Mkhwanazi was doing, is spending enormous amounts on things that actually weren't worth that amount. So that was one of the issues that was ringing bells in my head.
So should we take it that the central argument you are bringing in your grievance is that there may have been an escalation of the budget of or the value of that particular property without due process or whatever?
I think it speaks exactly to what the evidence leader was speaking and what this committee has looked at a great deal, which is the supply chain abuse.
So the value it was bought versus the listing property value, is that your main argument, or there are other issues that you are raising in there?
There are certainly
IGI.
issues, but that's one of the issues I asked the Inspector General to look into because it was raising warning letters for me.
The KB7 is your question to the Minister of Police.
Mm.
which kept on referring you to the JSCI.
This is right, yes.
Do you agree with that? The matter, it does not belong to his office, but the JSCI.
No, there was no JSCI initially.
But there was going to be a JSCI. There's no term of parliament where JSCI is not established. You know, there's been a delay on establishing committees and a number of
know
things.
full well.
But the point is, there was certainty that JSCI is going to be established by parliament.
Yes,
Was this required?
I
by
had
law?
at that stage no idea when it would ever be established, but either way, this was in the public domain and crime intelligence falls under the Minister of Police. That's the correct person to speak to.
Did you agree that the Minister of Police is correct when they say the matter you keep on raising with them, both for the Pretoria North and the Durban property, does not belong with the Minister's office, but the JSCI?
That's not what he said.
What did he say?
He said he in fact agreed that the prices seem to be exorbitant in relation to the value of the properties, and that he said that he had asked for an investigation by the Inspector General, but that further answers will be delivered to the JSCI. Every question I've ever asked of a Minister of Intelligence, I have the option, they either answer it outright, which in many instances they have, or they have the option of sending information to the Joint Standing Committee.
Okay, lastly, DKB9, there's an article of you demanding an apology from General Mkhwanazi.
Yes,
Why was the apology demanded?
because I believe he thought I had leaked out of the Joint Standing Committee. I think he thought I leaked this thing on this five-star hotel when I knew nothing about it and the committee wasn't sitting. He made a mistake. I thought he might apologize, but of course he didn't. He doubled
Made a
down.
mistake when he was testifying in the commission.
Yes, saying that I was part of a criminal syndicate and had committed criminal actions.
But
That
do you
would
not
have
think
referred
that it would have been seen that you are intimidating witnesses in the commission? Would not have awaited the commission to make its own finding on the allegations? Remember, both the commission and the ad hoc are dealing with allegations. So would it not be proper for you to await the commission to announce itself on that particular allegation? Because it may be seen from a different angle that you are intimidating witnesses appearing before the Matlanga Commission.
You're suggesting that what I say would intimidate Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. I'm sorry, that cannot,
No, but the point
that
is-
cannot possibly be
Thank you so
true.
much, Honorable Nongalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Bernard. Good afternoon. Yeah. So I'm trying to follow you here on your statement. You are saying your reaction on the 14th of January 2025 was triggered by a statement on News 24, correct? So had that press statement not been issued, you were not going to react on the 14th of January.
I was totally unaware of the property being purchased.
Okay. In your letter, I think it's your letter is annexure DK you are saying that the purchase of this property in Pretoria North was signed off by General Kumalo. So where did you get that information?
Because he's the head of crime intelligence.
No.
Yes.
No,
He
but-
is the head, and a property of this value would have to be signed
No,
off
but what I'm
by
saying
him.
here, Honorable Bernard, is that you are saying to us The only reason why you wrote a press statement on the 14th is because there was a News 24 report issued on the 23rd of January. The News 24 report on the 23rd of January doesn't say who signed off the purchase of the property. And in your reaction, you are saying a person who signed off the purchase is General Khumalo. So where did you get that information?
Number one, any purchase of this value, certainly not smaller amounts, any purchase would have to be signed off by the head of the division.
So you just said that without any verification.
I have many people that I confirm items with, but I was satisfied that this was the truth.
Many people from?
All over, within the SAPs and elsewhere.
So there are people who gave you that information, that classified information.
It's not classified that someone should sign off a purchase.
No, but I'm saying we didn't know who signed because no one exposed that before you took it to the media. Even News 24 did not say who signed off the purchase. It only appears on your statement.
Okay,
Now the question is, how do you get that information? Because the inference here I'm drawing is that you had this information before it was even released by News 24.
that's not true.
Because
Not
News 24 does not divulge who signed off the purchase. We only see that in your statement, in your
Yes.
press statement.
I did not know of this property before the News 24 article at all, ever.
Yeah, but I'm saying News 24 doesn't say who signed off the purchase. It's only you who is telling us who signed off the purchase. And the question is, how did you know? Because News 24 never divulged that. And you said you reacted to News 24 reports.
Yes,
So your reaction goes beyond to what News 24 told us, because News 24 never told us about General Khumalo. So it means you're in possession of a certain information. And if you're in possession of that information, then how did you get it? Because surely you did not draw that information from the report of News 24.
certainly, as you have, as every MP in Parliament has, I have sources. And I confirmed that this person, as the head of the division, had signed off on the purchase.
So is it your evidence that upon reading the News 24 report, you consulted your sources and your sources told you that it's General Khumalo who signed off the purchase?
Yes,
Is that your evidence?
yes,
So those sources are within crime intelligence?
no,
They are?
elsewhere.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I've heard of him. I've never met him.
You
Certainly
never-
one reads about him a great deal.
Do you have a relationship with him?
No,
You don't have?
no,
Do you have his contacts?
yes.
How did you get his contacts?
I think he emailed me about 7 years ago once.
When I say his contacts, I mean his cell phone number,
Yes,
email address,
I took that down from the email that he sent back then.
and you never called him.
No, I haven't spoken to him in many, many years. I might have called him 7 years ago, but I haven't spoken to him recently.
No, the question is, have you ever spoken to him telephonically?
Yes,
What was the subject about?
I can't remember what I was talking about 7 years ago, but it was very long ago. It might have been about the Mkhwanazi issue, or even further back for the Jackie Celebi issue. He's always been raising issues like that.
And then McBride, do you have a relationship with him?
He was the head of the IPID when I was serving full-time on police. So I met him there regularly in the committee.
When you do oversight?
I beg your pardon?
You met him when you were doing oversight
In the committees,
or in the committees?
always, yes.
No, I'm saying outside the parliamentary responsibilities. Have you ever had a meeting with him?
Only would be at the IPID offices, otherwise not.
at the IPID offices?
Yes,
To
when
what?
when the committee would go.
When the committee is there?
Yes.
No, I'm saying a meeting between the two of you.
No,
You've never had a meeting with him.
no.
Do you have,
Apart from the official ones, no.
do you have his cell phone number?
Yes, I do.
Do you call each other?
Not for a very long time, no.
But you used to call each other?
I would occasionally, I think, as I recall, check with him about cases that had been reported to the IPID or asking if it was appropriate to send a certain matter to the IPID, but it was very rare.
Do you have a relationship with General Sibia?
Well, he would, no, not really. I don't have relationships with any of the people
Do you speak
at the
with him?
top structure, no.
Do you have his number?
I don't. I might have. I have thousands of numbers, so I could well have it.
So you are not sure if you have his number?
I can check. I mean, I can check, but I do have many, many police numbers.
Okay. Now we are saying here on your statement, the DPWI minister told the DA that he was not informed of the purchase. At what stage did the minister tell you that? Because a report by News 24 came out on the 13th of January. And then you issued a statement on the 14th. So
Yes.
at what stage did the minister tell you?
On the 14th, the morning of the 14th, I made a phone call to the
Before
minister.
you issued a statement?
Yes.
So the minister is part of your sources?
The minister confirmed for me that he had no knowledge of any purchase.
No, I'm saying, does that mean the minister was part of your sources?
That
Because,
means I phoned the minister and asked him.
because you said, remember, that your sources told you that it's General Dumsani who signed off the purchase.
Okay.
So I'm asking, is the minister or was the minister part of your sources?
No, I phoned the minister to ask if Public Works had purchased such a property.
So-
Because they are the
So-
people who buy immovable property for government.
So what else were you told by your sources, except the information that we have?
Only what you see in front of you, what I wrote and asked the Inspector General to investigate.
So that's the only information they told you?
Yes.
Did you ever do a research on the value of the properties, if there are any, that were purchased by the crime intelligence before this one?
No,
You've never done. Are there any properties which are owned, not leased, but owned by crime intelligence,
I don't know.
except these two properties?
I've never heard of such a property. I stand to be corrected. But as Mr. McBride detailed in this committee, purchases of properties are just not done for obvious reasons, that if a cover is blown, they can just walk away from a rented property. They can't walk away from a property owned by the state.
Is that an established principle?
Yes.
Is it written down or is it a precedent?
I don't know if things like this are written, but Mr. McBride was speaking from experience.
Do you have any relationship with owners of these covered properties?
No,
No,
I don't know who they are.
you don't know any owner of any covered property?
No, why would I know that?
No, there's nothing wrong with knowing owners.
I
There's
know,
nothing peculiar.
no, no,
You
no.
would
It
know
would be
because-
very peculiar.
No, it wouldn't. You are a human
would.
being, you stay with people, you don't stay in an island.
I'm
You are-
sorry.
you are
I
not
do not,
saying-
kn- let me
I'm saying
repeat.
you are not staying in your own planet. You stay with people, you interact with people, you meet people every day, they introduce themselves to you. So there's absolutely nothing wrong when you know a person, because knowing doesn't mean you have any contractual relationship.
I have no knowledge of any owner of any government property whatsoever. I have heard under the Richard Mkhwanazi years that police officers were renting out their own properties as safe houses and earning enormous amounts from government. That was happening in the Mkhwanazi years. I have no evidence that that practice has ever been stopped, but I certainly don't know the owners of any of said buildings.
So at the time when these properties or this property of Pretoria North rather was purchased, who was sitting in the JSCI from the DA?
But when there was,
The property was purchased in 2024
yes, there was no committee after the election.
or after the elections.
Yes, it just, there was nothing for a year after that.
Before that, you were sitting in the committee.
Yes.
Now you are saying the security oath expires in terms of
As
your-
far as I'm concerned, it expires because it covers exactly what is told to you in that 5-year term, well, 4-year term.
So you mean it is valid so long as you are a member of the JSCI?
That's what you swear, yes.
So practically you mean when your term of membership has expired, you can dispatch any information, any classified information?
Absolutely
because-
not. Absolutely not. As I said earlier to one of our colleagues, what you hear in that committee stays in that committee.
Then it means it doesn't expire.
No.
Because
Yeah, all right,
remember-
it doesn't expire in terms of leaking out of a
Exactly my
committee.
point. Exactly my point, because when you expire, what does that practically mean? When you say it expires?
It means anything subsequently that you hear of is not covered by your oath within the Joint Standing Committee.
No, but how can you hear something which is classified while you are not a member of the JSCI? Because
What do you mean, how
that-
can I hear it?
how can you hear it? Because that information is classified and members who sit in that committee have taken secrecy oaths, so they can't share that information with you. There is no way that you can hear that information. You hear that information by virtue of being a member of the committee. And when you are a member of the committee, you have taken the secrecy oaths and that means you are going to, that secrecy oath is going to be binding upon you until death.
That committee, that oath covers the 5-year term that you sit on the committee, which is why anyone who sits on the committee, the next Parliament, have to be sworn in again, as was I. So I am sworn in to the committee for the term that I sit on that committee.
No, but you are not giving practical meaning of what you are saying, because I'm saying to you, if you say it covers your term,
Yes.
what does that mean? Does that mean when you are not a member, you can you can recklessly dispatch any information that you obtained while you were still a member?
As could you, as could Honorable James, anyone could have commented on what was in the media.
No, but
I was not a member of the committee. I was not sworn to keep quiet. I was a member of the Police Portfolio
Yeah,
Committee.
but I'm saying to you, Honorable Barnett, by virtue of not being, a committee member, doesn't mean you can divulge information that is classified.
It means I can comment on anything that's in the public domain, which I do.
No, but
I'm not going to be part of a cover-up. I will not be.
so classifying information is tantamount to covering up.
I
Is
don't
that
know
what
that
you're
any of the information I was given was ever classified.
No,
How
but
would
I'm
I know
saying-
that?
No, but I'm saying, no, you should know because you are a member. You have been a member of that committee, even though you were not a member at that time. So you are better placed. You are more privileged than I in terms of information, in terms of knowing that this information is classified, this one is not classified.
It's not for me to determine what is classified and what isn't.
No, you don't determine. Knowing and determining are two different things. I'm saying you should have known better because you have been part of that committee for quite long. So you know that this information is classified and this one is not classified.
You're suggesting that I should not have written to the Inspector General, that I should not have commented on something that I believed was criminal. Because
Because,
that's not in my nature. I can't behave like that.
because you took secrecy oath.
I took it for the last, I did not leak anything out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. This is the first time in the public domain we have seen something that looks like it's going to reveal a very similar situation that happened under Richard and Mkhwanazi under the secrecy of the slush fund.
Okay. Do you have any relationship with any journalist?
Journalists?
Yes.
I don't know this person or.
No.
I never go out with a journalist. I don't know a journalist personally. I certainly get phone calls saying, will you do an interview, etc. That's as much as it is, as much as you would get.
So you don't have any relationship with any journalist?
No,
The journalist who reported about this, the journalist who works for News 24,
this person, yes,
do you know that person?
no,
Have you ever met that person?
no. I don't have the contact details. I don't know this person.
So this information, now let's leave you out, but this information is classified. No? Let's not talk about you. Let's talk about the nature now of this information, especially the information that relates to the purchase of a Pretoria North building. Leave the Priya building in Durban. Is it classified?
I don't know. I don't know what the status is of it.
Or let me ask you like this. Is a purchase of buildings by crime intelligence fall under an information that is classified?
The purchase of buildings by crime intelligence, to my knowledge, is unheard of.
No, purchase or leasing?
Leasing is not unheard of. That is the norm.
Yeah, no, even if it's not unheard of, but does it fall under classified information, the leasing of buildings?
I don't know what the status is of this building,
No,
nor do I know what it was going to be used for. I don't know.
no, generally. No, but you wrote about this thing. What do you mean you don't know? Because you even criticized and say some offices have poor conditions and so on. So it means you have knowledge of buildings of crime intelligence.
Thank you so much. It's now 25 minutes past 1. Honorable Mathe says an emergency. She requested that we take her now. It's a commitment of a committee of parliament which will happen in the next 1 hour, and at the time she comes back, this meeting will be done. So it is only fair that we allow her to question and go to that commitment. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do a lie detector test if everyone must know. Just
Apologies. May
It's my
I
first
just
time.
correct something? It's
Sure.
just, if I may speak to, I think you raised it, about the Kumalo issues, apparently in the News 24.
That time has expired.
Okay.
Look at Honorable Matthews.
I will do that. I wanted to just point out.
Honorable
Please,
Colored
actually,
Bonnet wants to use up my time, I can see. I'm watching.
I assure you, your
Good
time
morning,
only starts
Honorable
now.
Colored Bonnet. Let's go quickly. I don't have that many questions, actually. Your first meeting with the evidence leaders was when?
Yesterday,
You only had one meeting with them?
another one this morning.
Okay, and how long did it last for?
3/4 of an hour yesterday, about half an hour this morning.
So about 45 minutes or 3/4 of an hour?
That's just over an hour, ma'am, hour and a quarter.
Yeah, maths was not my best thing. Okay, got it. Thank you. At the beginning, our committee was very hot regarding you recusing yourself. At any point, did you consider voluntarily stepping aside?
No,
And did you think that the mandate was of national importance of this committee?
I think the mandate of this committee
Was of national importance. So do you think that a procedural dispute should have led us to a point where we discussed this to an extent where we had to get legal advice, that the DA had to get
The
legal
members
advice?
are complaining that your microphone is low.
Imagine mine of all things. It never happens. Must be witchcraft happening here, I'm joking. So the backstory of what I'm saying is that committee is of national importance. Your presence on the committee caused a lot of debate, like 3-4 hours, we were back and forth, legal advice. So my question is that given the national importance and the importance of this committee, was it not in the interest of the public that you actually just recuse yourself and, just put aside, because it was just a procedural disputes that we were discussing?
Absolutely not.
Why?
I think I have been loyal to this committee. I have been here virtually every meeting. I have put questions when I've been
That's not
given
my
the
question,
opportunity.
Honorable. I'm asking when we were having that discussion for the interest of progress and because it was just a procedural matter, why it was that important that you had to be on this committee.
You may have considered it to be a procedural matter. I saw it as an attack on my integrity. Either way, I thought I could contribute within this committee.
Okay, so Parliament is represented by political parties. The Democratic Alliance, you're representing your constituency here. Is there no other member, or was there no other member in the Democratic Alliance that has the capacity to be able to represent the DA's constituency here in the committee? So we were able just to move on in the interest of progress.
Well, we did move on, but the members represented here are from the security cluster. And they were available.
So the question was, I was just asking, the question is that was not taken into consideration. The question more was that your integrity was more important than us moving on as a committee in this regard, because we did spend a large number of hours discussing that and expenses.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Let's talk about your affidavit. You make mention, obviously, of the 6th of July press conference. And then there's the evidence that was given during the commission where Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said that you were part of a criminal syndicate, right? You don't seek to respond to that in your affidavit. Is there any reason?
No. I believe it was all based on his belief, erroneous belief, that I was leaking out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. That indeed would be a criminal act.
Okay.
But of course it didn't exist.
Okay. He went a bit further when he was pressed, and I think during not cross-examination, but when he was engaged by one of the MPs. And there was also some expectation that he was going to give an apology. I think it was in the morning, and then he didn't. And then he specifically said, and unfortunately, Chair, I don't know, Parliament does not have the recordings of the late night testimonies that we had. So it cuts off, but he was very clear where he said, do not force us to release footage, recordings, and pictures. And that would put you in a compromising engagements as a member of Parliament. He said that in this committee. Do you remember that?
Yes, he made many threats.
I don't know
to
if
members
that
of
was
Parliament.
necessarily a threat. He just said, don't force us to. I don't think that's a threat if he's saying he's releasing information. A threat is more on someone's life. But let's park that. We take it that you see that as, why would you say that he would respond like that under oath, given his vast experience in SAPS, just be angry and say something like that if he does not have some sort of information that could be released?
In that vein, we could also ask why he would choose to hold his press
But
conference.
we're asking the.
No, I'm saying it's a very similar situation. You can ask that and one can surmise, but it has to come out of his own mouth. I can't.
You don't have any
motives.
assessment on that? You didn't like diagnose the situation on why is this Lieutenant General saying this about me? And why he was extremely adamant about it.
He was adamant because I think he believed I belonged to the Joint Standing Committee and was leaking information. Perhaps he thought I leaked this thing to this journalist person, which of course I did not do, as I knew nothing about it.
You said you lodged a complaint against him when he was the acting National Police Commissioner to the Public Protector. Did I miss
Yes.
that? What was that regarding and what was the outcome?
There were 4 issues and she sat on that for many months. And I would write and say, could you give me feedback? What is happening? And eventually she decided and wrote to me saying she's decided to send the matter to the Inspector General of Intelligence, another lady who was the first one in our democracy. So it went there. I never heard another word because things go there and they disappear. So I don't know what the outcome was, but they were very concerning. I know I sent 4 affidavits from various police, or 6 affidavits from various police to the Public Protector with a lot of other information. And she decided it was best dealt with by the Inspector General of Intelligence of that period.
Do you want to tell us what the matters were regarding? Can you
I-
tell us?
I thought there was a copy of the article somewhere. There were 4 issues that I raised. I can find it. Just give me a moment, please. I'm happy to dig it up for you.
And perhaps as you dig it out, if
Yeah.
you are able to multitask, tell us why you didn't lodge it with iPad and you went to the Public Protector.
I felt it was so egregious that it actually included items that were out of the purview of the iPad. At the time when he was removed, he wrote or was quoted as saying he believed he was thrown out because he was fighting corruption. Certainly he fought Richard Mkhwanazi unsuccessfully, as did many of us. And that may well be the case. We have seen people who fight against corruption in the SAPs, targeted over and over and over and gotten rid of, fired, removed, set up, fake stories told about them. We've seen that. So I don't doubt what he said at all in that regard.
So maybe our evidence leaders can look for that in the meantime. So in the interest of time, you spoke when you started quite extensively, I think about a good 10 minutes, senior counsel led evidence about you speaking on corruption, specifically around procurement. This is just sort of just a general question. Is there any government department, entity, whether it's national, provincial, local, that is immune to the issue of corruption, particularly around procurement?
No.
My colleague touched on the issue of Paul O'Sullivan. Obviously, we can never let that name out of our mouths. When was your last communication with him?
Gosh. Some years ago, I can't recall.
Have you ever shared information with him about parliamentary processes and oversight or collaborated with him on any matters?
No,
Did you rely on his information or analysis
no,
over the years when you were communicating with him during those 7 years?
no, but I can't remember as far back as the Mkhwanazi issue. I read that he felt he was instrumental in jailing Jackie Salebi. That was when I first came onto the portfolio. So he's been the person who he claims is fighting corruption within the SAPs from as long as I've heard of his name.
Then do you think he is, or he's trying to capture SAPs?
No, I think that's what he does.
You think he is doing that? Do you think he's doing it at the expense of actually people who are elected in our criminal justice system?
I've never quite worked out what his motivation is for doing what he does, but he's a forensic investigator. He investigates.
How do you know that he's actually a forensic investigator?
I read what he says his business is on the internet. I've never checked that that's what he does. So I can't help you there.
Oh, okay. And then any of his associates, Sarah Jane Trent, there's also a Candice woman. Have you had any engagements with them?
No, I don't know them.
Okay, then Robert McBride, that's also been touched on as well. Have you ever engaged with him prior to committee meetings, et cetera, on, you know, how matters should be positioned or how you should respond?
No, I've never met him outside of a committee or outside of his offices when the committee would go to his offices.
Okay.
I don't know
guess
in
the question
person.
I'm asking specifically is that, have you ever been lobbied by anybody in the criminal justice system, officials, before they appear before Parliament on a particular position? Don't allow this, or let's push this agenda.
No, it's a good question, but nobody has ever come to me. I don't know that they know. If they did, it would be on the front page.
Uh, the other famous name on the committee, Sibia. You've been supportive, or were you supportive of his appointment as the Deputy National Commissioner?
I have to tell you, I was shocked at the revelations that came out. I had no idea what was really going on. I've been shocked by a number of police, one of whom I thought she may be the next National Police Commissioner. And was I ever wrong? She was arrested, as was every family member, for intense corruption. So I am very skeptical of every single person these days, because I realize that it's very difficult these days to believe that someone is actually honest and honorable.
So when you were at that point before these shocking revelations, when you were supportive of his appointment, what informed that? What was it about him that you thought he would be the Deputy National Commissioner that South Africans deserve?
I never welcomed his promotion to that position. I didn't really have much information about him. I was told he was a good cop. Well,
By who?
general people speaking. And I never had an intimation that there was anything underhanded about what he did. I believed he was a good cop. There are many, 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 many good cops. And I was quite shaken to hear what has come out of the various proceedings.
So what hope, Honorable Khaled, do you think we have? Because you have been serving on these committees for such a long time, and you are shocked that someone like Sibia, so you've been serving on these committees, you've been getting reports for these years over and over again, and we can make wrong calls about somebody or about officials just in general.
It's a situation today that's affecting the entire country, where people will sit in front of us and say things you patently know are incorrect. So, I mean, we have no forensic investigators. We have no investigators on this committee. We have no detectives who can investigate. So we are
I
having
hope
to,
you're listening, Chair.
yes.
And our speaker, yes, sorry. Continue.
And so we have got to come up with decisions on whether or not something we are simply told with no proof is true or not. It's a very difficult position that we find ourselves in. So yeah, I am skeptical, and I'm saddened that basically I can only really talk about the police. I'm not an expert on defense or on justice, or even correctional services. I don't deal with those matters, but what I read is horrendous. And I really think that this country's got to shake things up and get things straight and start appointing only on merit, because we've got too many buddy-buddy situations going on throughout all of those entities.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mathaisa. Honorable Breitenbach, when you went out, Honorable Sauls shared with us the WhatsApp messages that you exchanged with him. And he complains that you sent him a message that demeans his African attire. And he said, with due respect, Chairperson, can you respectfully address Honorable Breitenbach and request to retract that message and apologize?
So in the interest of moving on, I apologize.
Thank you so much.
at 11:26 already, before he raised the issue. I
Okay.
apologized. So what does he want me to do? I apologize.
Thank you so much. Is it adequate, Honorable Sals?
It is adequate, Honorable Chair. Thank you
so
very much.
Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Vessels have requested 5 minutes each. Can I allocate you 5 minutes now?
Thank you, Chair. As it happens, I have no questions.
You don't have any questions from the DA? The DA speaks in one voice. It's not together, it is united. Can we take Honorable Vessels?
Likewise, Chair.
Is it still 5 minutes?
I'm covered, Chair.
We are
No
covered,
questions.
okay.
Thank you.
We are going to break, honorable members, and we will come back at 20 minutes after 14 hours. Yeah. Well, Honorable members, we may have to resume our proceedings. It's now 20 minutes past 2, like we have agreed. You are seated, Honorable Shongwe, and you are starting to ask your questions because your time is starting now.
Good day, Honorable Barnett. Caller Barnett, how are you? It's not a ghost, it's me. I know, I know. No, it's fine. How are you? I'm fine, I'm fine. We won't take long, it's just few questions because most of the questions you were asked. Let's roll back. You said you don't know physically who Paul O'Sullivan. Your mic.
Sorry.
Yes.
I've certainly known about him for many years.
But physically,
And I've never met him physically,
you've never met.
no.
What have you and him done or achieved since you know each other for 7 years?
What have we, I've achieved nothing for him. I don't understand the question.
Wait him. You and him, what have you achieved since knowing each other? What was the purpose of you knowing each other? What did you do?
Occasionally, I might ask a question about something he declared about, would have been Mkhwanazi or one of the cases he was involved in. I would read it in the papers and maybe ask him a question about it.
Oh, so
But it
you,
was very rare. It's a strange situation all round.
what's your take on him coming here to give us his statement? Do you think he should come or stay on virtual?
I don't care either way.
But what's your take?
I don't care either way. As long as we get to question him, that would be fine. It makes no difference to me if he's sitting here or sitting on a screen.
But he must come.
That's your choice to say that.
I'm asking you,
I don't care if he's virtual or here. I do believe we should talk to him.
Okay.
I absolutely do.
All right, now I get you. I just want to establish something here. Forgive my English, I'm not that good with English. I do try. But explain to me the difference between nothing and I know nothing about this issue, as you said to Honorable Matthys. I know nothing about this article. Or I knew nothing about this article. Yeah, you said so. And I know, and I know nothing, but I know something. What's the difference English-wise? Nothing, does it mean nothing, next, or thank you? I don't know.
No, this article, the first I ever knew of this article was when I read it in the newspapers like everybody else. I had heard nothing. I had never had the slightest intimation that this was happening. So I did not know about it. And just a correction, the article that was included in the pack did not include the last page on which they referred to Lieutenant General Khumalo. I couldn't work out where I'd got the name from. It was from that article.
From that article?
Yes.
So the page is not here.
Yeah, they're apparently printing the whole thing up now as we speak.
I think let's deal with what we have so that I can be on record as well.
Yes, of course.
Because I'm asking the issue of nothing. I knew nothing. And then you later do what somebody I know did. You then confirm that you knew of this issue and you spoke of this issue from the article. Did I get you right?
From the article.
And that's the first time you got it.
Indeed.
Do you know General Sinona?
No,
Do you know of him?
only he's been mentioned in the hearings, I think.
Do you notice anything common between you and him?
I
Any
don't know the man.
similarities?
Pardon?
Any similarities between you and him?
I don't know the man.
Is that guy who said he wouldn't take any information out of SAPS? Then later he said, no, I took it out because of, is that guy? Do you notice something similar between the two?
No, I noticed nothing similar about myself and him.
Nothing. I'm asking this because when you say you knew nothing of this article, then later you said, earlier you said you knew this issue because of the article. But when Honorable Nomvalo asked you, did then General Kumalo sign this purchasing of the property? You then said you knew the information from your sources. Now, which is the truth between this story?
I looked and looked and I thought, where would I have got this from? I could only imagine, and it is a year ago, that I had discussed it, asked people, etc. But in fact, it was on the last page of the article. So
Okay.
that's where I got it from. I was.
But the sources
recall-
story is just a story, we're just answering.
Always check things with sources.
Mhm.
But in this instance, in reference specifically to Lieutenant General Khumalo,
Hmm.
it was in the article.
Okay. What's your take on Honorable Adam having classified information? Do you think,
I'm shocked. I can't imagine how he got it. I mean, I know, for example, when I have to deal with classified information, it never leaves the committee. So how he got classified information is a total mystery to me, and I am shocked
what
because
does that make him? Part of criminal or what?
I think he sees himself as a whistleblower.
But legally, what does that put him?
I'm afraid I don't know the
Did an illegal
legalities.
thing or?
I really don't know what the legalities are of that situation. I would have thought it was illegal, but I can't help you. I don't know.
But since you're serving on the intelligence committee, one having a civilian or a member of parliament having classified information, what is that deemed as? Is it normal? Is it okay? Is it a
No,
crime?
it's not okay.
It is a crime.
It's unheard of as far as I'm concerned, but I can't speak for him. I can't speak for how he got it. And I can't speak about the fact that he went and laid criminal charges using that information. So it's an absolute mystery to me.
But based on the laws of this Roman Dutch law that we are using in South Africa,
Mhm.
is it a criminal offense to have documents that are classified?
I would have thought so, but if one reads it with the whistleblower protection legislation, there might be a caveat there. I can't help
So
you. I
are
don't
you
know.
saying you agree with me that this Roman Dutch law constitution should be changed because it doesn't have
Never.
clarification?
I think the Roman Dutch law is superb.
Why
I
so?
do not
Because-
agree with you, and I don't think you'd made that point that I must agree with you on that.
I think partially you do, because if you say to me, in this act, the same act, it doesn't allow it, and the same act, it allows it. What is that?
I didn't say the same act. I said
Okay,
a
the
different
same
act.
constitution.
Yes, of course. Everything falls under the Constitution, but the laws are quite separate to the Constitution.
Let's help South Africans here. Person having unclassified document, is that a criminal offense or not?
I would think so, but I can't speak. I'm not a lawyer, but I would think so, yes.
I know only the word in Zulu, Shayam Tet. What is it, Chair? What are we? What are we? Legislators.
Legislators.
My legislature.
Yes, yes, yes.
We are legislatures.
Yes.
So let's give clarity to South Africans. Having documents that are classified, is it a criminal offense or not?
I would think so, yes, but I don't know what is claimed in the whistleblower legislation, what protection one has if one is declared to be a whistleblower. I can't help you there. Of course, none of us.
Trust me, you agree with me when you say this Roman Dutch law is not helping us.
I'm not talking about Roman Dutch law. I'm talking about ethics. And I believe that every member in parliament has the duty to report criminality.
Is it a criminal offense to have documents that are classified?
I'm
or
not
not?
talking about that. I'm talking about what the contents of
Yeah.
it. So that's where the difficulty comes in. But I can't speak to, it's not my story. I suggest
Can
you
I-
ask Mr. Honorable Adams about that.
Can I lobby you so that,
Lobby me.
yeah, in coming this side of my understanding of that, we need to change this constitution because it doesn't give clear indication and direction on such a thing that is so obvious. If you have classified document, should you have it, it's criminal. So you say, I don't think so, meaning it might be a chance that you should be charged or not.
What it means,
Can't have laws like
what
that.
it means is I'm not a lawyer, and
Yeah.
and also, of course, the laws, etc., do not fall under the Constitution per se. They fall under justice. So a person in the justice division or a lawyer, an advocate, they would be able to look into this and find out what the actual legal precedent is. I can't help you in that regard.
According to the committee you're serving in, which is intelligence, what do you deem a person who discusses information that is discussed there? Hence, you said you come in with a pen and you leave with a pen. So a
Yes.
person who discuss what you discussed there, what do you deem that person?
That's not legal. You can't do that.
What do you deem that person? Is
Pardon?
that a criminal offender or is made?
I think I don't know
How
if
do you
it's
classify?
criminal, but I think there's certainly regulations against that.
That are broken, right? There's laws broken in that case.
It could well be. I can't
So
answer
discussing
definitively.
information that is classified, if we agree, me and you, using the very same constitution that has no clarity, is a criminal offense or is wrong?
No, I don't think it's a criminal offense at all. If it's not within the purview of the Joint Standing Committee,
Mhm.
then what goes on there, one does not speak about. What goes on in the public domain, it's our job as MPs to query and question about.
So what surprises you when Honorable Adam has this document?
That he had classified information.
What's
or
wrong about
documents.
it? According to you saying, indirectly, you're saying there's nothing wrong about it.
I did not say there was nothing. I said to you, I was shocked that he had it.
Okay, let me ask you a straight question. Do you think Honorable Adams did something wrong or criminally to have documents that he shouldn't have?
That's not for me to determine.
You are a member of a committee, right? Intelligence Committee.
Yes?
Am I allowed to have documents that are spoken about in your committee?
No,
Is Honorable Adams allowed to have those documents?
I would not think so, no. But I am not a lawyer, so I can't really answer that.
Your answers are differing in one space. Am I allowed to have those documents?
No,
Is Honorable Adams allowed to have those
he
documents?
should not be, no.
No. So now let's discuss this. If I happen to have those documents, am I breaking the laws of South Africa?
I don't know what the laws are in relation to classified.
So how do you guys get
documents.
to a space where you say these classified documents should be classified and they can't be on the hands of an ordinary person? How do you get there?
From what I gather,
I'm asking you as a member of Intelligence Committee,
yes,
right?
from what I gather, to classify a specific thing, a document or anything else, has to go through a rigorous process. There are levels of classification and the like. So I can only presume that what he had gone through and been classified at a certain level. But as I
Then
say.
why should we
from my
deem
case.
him doing something wrong if those documents, according to you as a member of Intelligence Committee, there's no law that says he's done something criminal or he has offended us or that, I don't know how to put it. Why should we deem that space wrong to have documents that are classified? Like, for example, if I would have pala documents that are classified, would I be arrested?
That's where the caveat comes in.
Mhm.
In the same way, if you had such documentation, it would have,
Pala.
I don't know, what, if
Okay.
they're classified documents, I don't know.
Yes.
If they were, and you felt that you could be seen as a whistleblower or
Mhm.
declared to be a whistleblower, you might be in your rights to have
have.
that information. In the same way, he might be, but I'm not a lawyer. I haven't looked into that matter.
I think we both won't win in this subject. We've both exhausted it. And I think we agree partially that the law is failing us in this regard. Do we agree?
I won't ever
We don't have a
agree
clear
that the
law in
law
this
is
one. We
failing
don't
us.
have it.
It may be the application of the law that failed
The
us,
application.
the others.
that's all.
But I think that our Justice Committee works really 7 days a week to make sure that the laws go through are pristine. Whether they're applied or not, that's up to members out there.
When Honorable Nomvalo asked you about the signature of General Khumalo in those purchasing of that property, you couldn't answer. But you say in that topic, you say you were with your sources, you spoke about this thing with your sources. So have you committed the same offense as Honorable Adam, speaking to people about such information which is classified?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say so?
Number one, it was a building purchase,
Mhm.
to my knowledge, not
For
classified.
intelligence purposes, right?
Number two, I'm not going to hide criminality, no matter where.
Can you
And number three,
Okay.
actually, the Lieutenant General's name was in the article.
Okay.
I hadn't recalled that that's where I got it from.
All right. Remember when I said there's something is common between you and General Sinona? And you said no.
I don't know the man.
Yeah, you said no. But I'm trying to remind you that when I said that, I was meaning that you said you got this issue from the article. Later, you said, no, you got it from your sources, not from the newspaper. So which is the truth again, I'm asking? Where did you get this?
I had forgotten that it was in the
But
article.
you replied earlier on.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
I had forgotten that it was in the article. And I was thinking, well, maybe I got it from one of my sources. And I certainly do speak to sources all the time. I
So-
was incorrect. It was in the article, in black and white, everywhere.
So are you a person who answers recklessly? You just answer when you ask a question. You don't think.
I
Because
don't.
when you say you checked after, you answered earlier on. And we
Had-
kept that on a record.
Had I recalled that it
Mm.
was in the article, I was trying to find a reason why I would have done that. And I knew I spoke to various sources. I always try and confirm something with, I don't just run with, oh, it's in the papers. So I had forgotten, because it was a year ago, that actually he was mentioned in the article.
So just for the record, where did you get the story, on the article or from your sources?
From the article,
Okay. You and your sources spoke about what? The same issue.
I questioned many people about,
Mhm.
is this even true? Can it possibly be true? Why is it being done? I asked many people this.
Okay. Tell me, what's your take on General Mkhwanazi going to the public on the 6th?
I'm of two minds about it. I understand he's a very frustrated, furious officer who feels that every entity is letting him down personally as a lieutenant general. On the other hand, what he did was quite threatening to the country and scared many people and had people overseas thinking we were in the midst of a coup. So it's a two-part issue. And I haven't quite made up my mind what to believe, but I do think he's incredibly frustrated with the delays right across the board,
Okay.
within the system, I beg your pardon.
So you don't have a clear answer on this one?
No,
You don't?
no.
Okay. But what's your take on him? Do you think he's a credible officer?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I have once fallen into the trap of believing that a police officer was wonderful, and I was sadly and quite shockingly found to be totally incorrect. So I don't judge people on that. I judge people on what comes out of investigations. And so I think I think he means well, but I don't know what, if any, he has in terms of ulterior motives.
Before you went into the Committee of Intelligence, did you know the difference between classified information to be spoken about in the public or in your home or wherever, and the difference between an unclassified information?
Yes.
You did know.
Mm.
So you went in the committee knowing that clearly. But so now, in your own judgment, you speaking about things that are from intelligence with your sources.
I'm
Did it-
speaking about things that are in the public domain, not anything from within the committee.
Not within the committee.
No. Never.
Now you're confusing me.
Okay.
I'm still in the statement that you and your sources speak about such things. So does that make you, as a member of parliament, serving in intelligence, the fact that people are speaking about something, does that allow you to speak about that because you found them speaking about that?
I was not in the committee at that stage. I was on the police portfolio committee. I had every right to be speaking to whoever I could find to see if this was true.
Okay. So you did know the difference between classified information and unclassified information before you went into the committee,
Yes.
but you intended to speak with people with such information.
I only spoke on information that was in the public domain. The ship has sailed. It's out there.
as
So that, and thankfully, as the evidence leader spoke of an article, it seems I was absolutely 100% correct in my, to ask for such a report, an
To me-
investigation.
to me, you're partially saying that former Minister Bheki wasn't the correct speaking to Kat Matlala about police issues. When you say, because it's done before, it happened before, so as a member of parliament, I should see nothing wrong with it because it happened before. So I'm asking in that sense.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I must say Honorable Bernard, or I must say witness.
Is Honorable Diane Kalabanat.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'm not talking to the witness today. Once again, good afternoon. You know, I've got a little bit of a concern in terms of what transpired. You know, it looks like you rely on the media. The media, do you know that the media sensationalize matters in this country? In particular, media 2024 to be straight on this matter about the media.
I don't determine that any report is sensationalized till I know the facts behind the matter.
So what I'm asking you, do you know that they sensationalize the matter, or you don't agree with me?
I beg your pardon.
That the media sensationalize matters in this country.
Some media does, some media certainly does, other medias are quite credible.
I still have to find one, because the editors determine what they want the consumers to consume. You know, we've been misled in this country many times by journalists, especially the one in one of these, I think is, you used to come when we have our meetings here, Kyla Coleman. Now, the issue of this house, which was purchased by Crime Intelligence, that is worth 22 million. Is there any evidence of that? Just want to start there. Evidence that it was EFT, they paid 22 million, there was an agent involved, there were transfer duties, because when you purchase a property, it's a process. And there's this thing which we called goodwill. Whether in purchasing the property, there was a goodwill from the owner, saying that the property was worth 15 million rand, but it was purchased for 22 million rand. What if the 7 million was for goodwill?
I can't answer that. I would say that the Inspector General of Intelligence who did the investigation would probably know the answer to that. I can't help you.
But as we sit here, must we take it as it is that this property, you are disputing the value. I mean, the journalists from the journalist point of view, that this property was inflated. It's not worth the amount which the Crime Intelligence has paid for.
That is why I asked the Inspector General to investigate the matter.
So
One of
the matter
reasons.
is still under investigation.
No,
as we
no,
speak.
he's completed his investigation.
Yeah, and then what was the findings?
I'm not at liberty to speak about it, but the evidence leader did have an article that seems to detail much of what was found.
No, not the article. The response from the Inspector General, because you inquired.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you say the media, they give it to, maybe they know. I'm just talking from you, that the response from the Inspector General. What was the response in terms of?
Okay, let me say again, that report went to the JSCI. I'm not at liberty to discuss the report.
Oh, it's a classified report.
Well, anything that we discuss in there stays in.
Yes. Now,
However, there are reports about the Inspector General's report, which the evidence leader went through earlier on.
yeah, I just seen in your submission. So I just want to find out exactly as well on this matter. Paragraph 11.2. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dion McPherson, as I noted in the statement, Minister McPherson told the DA on the 14th January 2025 that crime intelligence has not acquired the property through the DPW. Now, my question will be, it was your rally or your federal meeting when you say he told the DA.
He told me.
No. Your statement says he told the DA.
Me,
No, but we are not the DA.
aren't I? Oh,
We are Honorable Kona Barnard.
yes.
But here it says the DA.
Okay. Well, he told me that he looked into it and could find no such property.
Yeah, but I'm not going to leave you on this one.
Okay.
I want to find out. Hence, my question is on 11.2 that Minister McPherson told the DA on the 14th of January about the matter of the crime intelligence that it was not acquired through the DPW. Now, the crime intelligence, I think Honorable Nomvalo asked you that, do you know any other buildings which were purchased by the crime intelligence? Because if the minister, Dean McPherson, was told the DA about this matter, the 22 million and I think the 9.5 million in Beria, but I want to stick on this Pretoria Note property. That some officers as well complained about the condition of that house. Now, does the crime intelligence disclose safe houses?
No.
So what was the interest on this house that it had to be disclosed by journalists, and you had as well an interest in following up what is happening here?
Well, perhaps you should discuss this with the sources who've told you that there was an issue with the state of the property.
No. I'm saying it's your statement is here. I don't have sources. I just read your submission. It says that some officers were concerned about the bathroom, about other issues here. So what I'm saying to you, what I'm putting it to you is that, is it only these two buildings which in the crime intelligence are problematic for you?
These are the only two buildings that I had knowledge of.
Yeah, now, the minister as well, McPherson, only knows about this.
I only asked him if he was the custodian of the crime intelligence buildings.
So the response was that he
No.
is.
No, it
Yeah,
was
now-
no.
Now, why are we then getting involved in exposing safe houses of the crime intelligence, even giving addresses and pictures?
These are not safe houses. The one is a hotel.
No. But remember, Honorable Barnard, that hotel was bought. Am I right? It's no longer a hotel. Am I right?
It's as far as I know, it's a hotel. I don't know.
No,
I've never
so
been there.
as we speak here, I can go and book there.
I don't know. I've never been there.
So your research is incomplete. Do you agree?
No.
No, but you can't say it's a hotel because the crime intelligence has bought that property.
That's their issue. I didn't
Yeah,
buy
but-
the property. I've never been to the property.
Yeah, but now, Honorable Barnard, I'm saying to you, you said it as well because you agree with these journalists to say the property is worth 9.5 million. Am I right?
That's what it says in the article, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about you now. Let's leave the journalists because they can say the property is worth 1 million or whatever, but I mean, we had the issue of General Patlane, and they argued that the house they were talking about here, it's not worth 8 million rand they are talking about. And I don't want to go there because you'll ask me how, but maybe I can substantiate that at a later stage. The issue here about this 22, in fact, my worry is that now you are making me more worried about this matter to say it's a hotel. But it was bought for crime intelligence. Well, if they used it for a hotel, I want you to confirm that, because I don't want us to have allegations here having now to speculate whether it's still a hotel or that property belongs now to the crime intelligence.
I have no idea.
So your submission is incomplete
No,
because there's no evidence that it's a hotel.
the property was a hotel. It may still be a hotel. This was all what was asked of the Inspector General to investigate.
Yeah, but you said that you have the report now, though you said maybe it's classified. So we'll never know whether.
Not talk about it.
Yeah. So am I right to say is incorrect to be misled and told that there are property as well, or it was a fruitless expenditure, or it was corruption? Because 22.8 million, whether the seller and the buyer agreed on that for whatever reason, 3,500 square meter is X amount. It's a suburban area. They wanted to keep whatever they want to do. The crime intelligence to not expose those that property to ordinary citizen like us, because it's a classified matter. Am I right?
Okay.
Now, I'm a bit worried when it comes to that. I understand that you've got passion. You want to make sure that there's no corruption in this country. But let's follow the processes as well. We are very unhappy with the Constitution. We are very clear as Mkhwanazi. Very, very, very clear. Very clear. You know, and I think Honorable Shongwe said that this Constitution, so-called best, is best for others. We are not here to. In fact, yeah, let me put it in a context that people will understand and will understand me very, very well. You said that, I'll give you an example, that the 6th of July scared some people in overseas. What for? What was happening? Why they were scared?
And people in South Africa.
I'm sorry?
Equally scared some people in South Africa who thought when they switched on the television
Yes.
that we were in the midst of a coup.
But police never anywhere in the world. I never heard about police unless maybe in the mass, where police can really go into that extent of a coup. Coup is soldiers.
And what did they look like to the average
No,
South African?
no.
They looked on that day like soldiers.
No,
It was a visual.
But me and you know about the special task force. Am I right?
Yes, of course.
You know their uniform.
Yes, of course.
Yes, I understand that General Spear and others complain about the uniform and some other political parties. That's. Hence, I was saying to you, they are sensationalizing things. There's nothing wrong with the uniform. We are called names with uniforms. We are not scaring anybody. I mean, police general wearing what he qualified when he went to college as well. It's not, it's an elite unit in our police force. There was nothing scary. I mean, you are scared about someone addressing the media, a policeman, and say there was about to happen, there was a coup. It's misleading, and it's incorrect to tell South Africans that people were thinking about that. No. And the general was very clear on the day what he was talking about. He came to our police. I sit in that police portfolio committee. We know that we've dropped the ball. Hence, we had that press conference, which today, a lot of people in this country are happy. We will be here. We will even know about what is happening in the top echelons of the SAPS and the judicial system for that matter. Well, we'll get to that. We are not yet there. But in your view, do you think it's correct to divulge crime intelligence matters in the public?
Not if it's spoken about in the Joint Standing Committee, no.
Yeah, but I'm just saying to you that this sensationalization of Media 24, giving pictures, you know, of the properties of the crime intelligence, much as the law says that where you are a member, there's matters which are classified. And I guess this is one of them. That we should know, South Africans should know where this how crime intelligence houses are. The whistleblower, some whistleblower feels that they are not safe. Now, for whatever reason, because I don't want to get involved in crime intelligence, as you know, that even their budget as well. There's what you call it, slush funds. I think you use that way. We call secret service account. We don't even know whether they comply, but we are told, as you said, we are a member there. You are not allowed to divulge those matters to us here. If I can ask you, what is the budget of SSA?
I will not reveal that.
You understand what I mean?
Yes.
We watched the State Capture Commission. One of the former Director General there wanted to go and testify. But you know what happened? He was not given that opportunity because there's a lot of issues. But there were people who were talking about monies from SSA, from the crime intelligence as well. But for me, my worry is that what you submitted to us was not supposed to be known by the public, because it's a crime intelligence matter. What they do, what they purchase, it's got nothing to do with us. It's their safe haven to protect whoever they want to protect and hide it. Because, I mean, some of the, before 1994, some of us were tortured. And that pain is still within our DNA. In some farms, you know, where you can't even point them because they put you into a boot of a car. Now, today, if crime intelligence, because I don't know what they are doing, I don't know their job description where I'm sitting, but I'm saying I think it's dangerous for us, Honorable, to divulge matters of crime intelligence in the public domain. Do you agree?
What I do, if that's a question, what I do agree is that if something is in the public domain, members of parliament must question it. And the reason I have found over many years that entities start leaking is they realize something criminal is happening within their whichever division they're in. And that's why things start leaking, in my experience.
Now, who approved the 22.8 million? If it was.
It is detailed in the Inspector General's report. I'm not going to discuss.
So in other words, we are wasting our time asking you this question because this matter is classified. We can't get evidence, you know, from you as well because we are a member of JCI, and we cannot rely on journalists. For me, I'm sorry, I cannot rely on journalists. Well, I don't know their agenda. I know their agenda because you know that in what we heard so far with our witnesses here, there's a factionalism in the South African Police Service. There are those good policemen and alleged good policemen and alleged bad policemen. Am I right? And I'm not sure that I should really ask you because there's amounts here, but you are going to respond the same way that is a classified report, because I wanted us to get into the evidence of all this. For me, these are allegations which I cannot substantiate, and it will be for me perhaps not being fair to you to continue asking you this question because there's a lot of figures here. But at the end of the day, the answer will be the Inspector General gave that report to your committee. So hence I'm saying to you, it's going to be very, very difficult for me to be continuing asking you questions because unfortunately, there's a lot of secret in this, but my worry is that in that secret, already 2 houses have been exposed. In the same manner that this thing has to be hidden. I'm not sure whether you are with me on that one. The houses are exposed, but we cannot get answers in terms of when we need evidence that really the house was purchased for 22 million, whether the house was purchased for 9.5 million, we are not sure.
Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair.
We agree, I finish at 20 past. Thank you, Chair.
Please, the watch on the wall is closer to you.
And I'm wearing glasses. Honorable Paula Barnett, good afternoon. Well, let me start by saying thank you for your service to our country for the past 23 years. The 21?
21.
Actually, I think it's 22. Because you say in your affidavit 2002, is it not?
2004, I was sworn in. So I'm in my 5th term.
Yeah, that is 22 years. Well, 22 years. Very long. And counting, you're still here. So as a young MP, I salute you and I acknowledge you as a seasoned politician and a public servant. Do you believe everything legal is right?
That's a very sweeping statement. I believe the court system, if one is found guilty in one court, one appeals to another court, and so it goes on. And on occasions, court decisions are overruled, and on occasions they're upheld. So I fear I can't answer that adequately for your purposes.
Let me make an example. During apartheid in our history, apartheid was legal, but was it right?
Of course not.
So not everything legal is right.
The way our justice system works today, I believe, is right. All the laws are gone through by this parliament and have been carefully curated to ensure that they're as perfect as they possibly can be.
So your submission is everything that is legal is right.
I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay. Based on your vast experience in politics, specifically as a member of the portfolio of police and now the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, is the leak to the media a security breach?
Yes, I suppose it could absolutely be said that it was a security breach.
When you say it was, are you saying it's no longer?
No, I meant in the past tense, when it was done a year ago.
Does we consider it now?
Sorry, I'm just
So,
using tense.
but you would agree that it's still a security breach?
still-
The
it would
act
still be.
happened before,
Yes, of course.
but that act still today is a security breach. Yes?
To
Okay.
to some degree, yes.
Please enlighten me to what degree and to what degree not.
It was revealed, I believe, it had to have come from inside somewhere. I don't know where, and was revealed because the people revealing it believed there was criminal activity going on.
So
So I
they-
think that is why is why I believe it was revealed. I can't speak for whoever did it. I have no idea.
So they did the right thing.
I think they believe they did.
Did they do the legal thing?
Beg your pardon?
Did they do a legal thing?
I'm not sure what the weight would be on exposing criminality versus keeping quiet about criminality. I don't know what the scales would say in that regard.
The law requires for them not to leak such information, correct?
I'm sure it is, but I don't know if the law covers you covering a criminal activity.
They did the right thing to leak it. They did an illegal act because it serves as a security breach.
It seems that is the case, yes.
If that's the case, that is where my question comes from, whether everything legal is right. You see the conundrum?
I do indeed.
So it's still a security breach. Does the fact that it was now in the public domain through the News 24 article mean that it's no longer a security breach?
I think once it's in the public domain, everything changes. Everything changes. The fact that it's purchased by crime intelligence as opposed to utilized for a specific situation, for a specific reason, is very peculiar and out of the ordinary, as Mr. McBride laid out. So there are people who are concerned about this and who've obviously leaked this information, and the Inspector General has investigated the matter.
Are you saying that by virtue of the fact that even though you agree that it's a security breach leaking that information, that by virtue of the fact that it was now published by a newspaper and it's in the public domain, that means in itself, it's no longer a security breach?
I think hiding potential criminality is a crime.
I agree, but
Yeah.
now we're dealing with the law. We're
Yeah.
dealing with our responsibility as MPs. So we're testing the fact of now that it went to the newspaper, does that change the fact that it's a security breach?
It does not change the fact
All
that
right.
it was criminal. And
That-
I don't believe it.
what was
Every
criminal?
MP needs
what
to
was criminal?
ensure that something criminal behavior is outed and dealt with.
You see, you must be very aware of what you're insinuating. The requirements is there shouldn't be leaks. And I agree with you. I'm a proponent for expose corruption. But there's a legal standard that we need to uphold. There's no compromise there. That legal standard was breached, and we both agree. Now I'm asking, the fact that it was now published, does that take away from the fact that it was a security breach?
It does not take away from the fact
It
that
does not. Given that it does not, do you think then, when a high-ranking MP like yourself shares a leak like that it moves it from an unverified media rumor to a politically endorsed act?
I think that, as Honorable James did, I immediately questioned the information and asked for an investigation into the matter, as did the then minister ask for an investigation. And he stated in Parliament that the properties were overpriced, and was asking some very similar questions.
Neither yourself or Honorable James is the legal standard or legal authority?
Certainly not. I'm sorry, I can't speak for Honorable James. She may
Continue to
be a
mention
lawyer.
her.
I don't know her background.
MPs are also held to a very high ethical standard. Your argument is that your actions passes the legal test. But did you do the right thing in terms of the ethical conduct and standards required of an MP?
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Our standards of ethical conduct, Section 5, E, Section 5, 1E. It says a member must maintain public confidence and trust in the integrity of Parliament and thereby engender the respect and confidence that society needs to have in Parliament as a representative institution. What is your understanding of the integrity of Parliament?
Parliament and members of Parliament have their main job, I think, is to do oversight over the executive. And that is what we have to do. We have to call people to account when public funds are misused, abused, stolen. That is the main thrust of the job as I interpret it. So when we do our jobs, every one of us who puts out a statement decrying some sort of criminality in whichever department you're looking at, I think that all boosts the public confidence in our institution.
What this principle is trying to tell us as MPs is that when we do this, which you rightfully state, we must be mindful of the fact that we must do it in order to maintain the public confidence and trust in the integrity of Parliament. So I take it that you believe that your actions contributed to maintaining the integrity of Parliament.
Absolutely.
Now, I put it to you that upholding the integrity of Parliament would have meant that you take note of the article, because you know this is a security breach. So you take note of the article. You say, I note this article, because in your mind you have, I must maintain the integrity of Parliament. I'm not just going to share it and jump on it. I take note of it, and then you tell the public, let me educate you. What happened here was a security breach. Then commit to the public as an MP because of the integrity of Parliament. You are going to use all internal parliamentary oversight mechanisms to make sure that you deal with this and also ensure that secrecy is not used as a cover-up to misuse state funds. So you note, you educate the constituency, and then you commit to parliamentary mechanisms that you will employ to deal with it. I put that to you.
I'm afraid, and that would have been the ideal, but no parliamentary committee existed to deal with this matter. It was only established months after this matter came about, appeared in the newspapers. The only recourse was to go to the Inspector General of Intelligence, who agreed to do the investigation.
Yes, that's one of the mechanisms,
It's not a parliamentary mechanism.
but it's a mechanism. You as an MP,
Sorry, you referred specifically to parliamentary mechanisms. That's what
that's the parliamentary mechanism. You as an MP, you represent Parliament, you're speaking to the Inspector General.
Yes, he doesn't fall under Parliament though. So
But
I
you
thought
as
you
an
meant the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence.
But you as an MP, you're now saying because the JSCI is not formed yet, I'm going to now start with the Inspector General as an MP.
Yes.
Exactly, that's what I am submitting to you. Section 5D says every MP must place the public interest above her or his own interest when discharging her or his obligations in terms of the Constitution to Parliament and the public at large. Did you act in the public interest or your own or party interest when discharging what you deem your parliamentary duties when you shared the article?
I've done exactly what I've done my entire career, which is ensure that I do the best oversight possible over the public purse. The looting, as we've seen in various commissions, right the way through, I've lost count of how many now, show that there is looting going on, has been going on, and is still going on. And I think it's our duty as members of parliament to highlight that wherever, whenever we can.
Okay, I got 6 minutes left, so I'm gonna go straight to your attachment DKB 3. And then your letter to the Inspector General, or DKB 5. You wrote to the Inspector General on your parliamentary letterhead.
Mhm.
Your statement, you say in the first paragraph, the Democratic Alliance has written to the Inspector General.
Yes,
It's not the Democratic Alliance that wrote to the Inspector General. It is you, as an MP, that wrote to the Inspector General.
yes.
Do you see that as not having shown integrity?
I represent the Democratic Alliance.
According to the Members' Facilities Handbook and General Parliamentary Guidelines, the resources provided to an MP, such as official letterheads, staff, and office equipment, are considered tools of trade. If you use your parliamentary letterhead, you are saying, I'm speaking to you in my capacity as a representative in the state, in the function of the state. If you use your party letterhead, then you are clearly saying it is now your party writing to the Inspector General. So when you then write using the letterhead as an MP and you go in public and say the DA has written, you're lying.
I don't see it like that, I'm afraid.
According to our code of ethics, that's what it means. Then, 4 minutes. The properties, who's supposed to report on it? In which committee is it supposed to be reported about? Is it in the Police Portfolio Committee or in the JSCI?
It would come to the Joint Standing Committee if it had existed.
Yes, but what is the standard? Where should it go?
That's what I just said. It should have gone to the.
No, you said if it existed. So in other words, you're taking us back there, but I'm looking for the standard. Where should it? Because you're insinuating that if it doesn't exist, then it must be reported in the police committee, which is not the case.
No, I did not insinuate that.
Well, then you said,
There are
then you shouldn't say if it existed.
The
So-
Joint Standing
so answer the
Committee on
question.
Intelligence did not exist. There
That's
was no
immaterial to the
committee.
question. You see that you do it again. It's immaterial to the question. Where should it be reported?
To the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence.
That would mean that you lied in your statement to the public. You say in paragraph 2, while it is reported that the purchase took place in October 2024, it is striking that no mention of such a purchase was made when the SEPS reported on its property portfolio, the Portfolio Committee on Police in November 2024.
Indeed.
You're wrong. You misleading the public. You making the public in a public statement think that where that report had to happen was in the portfolio of police.
I said there was no mention of it in the.
They shouldn't be mentioned.
I said there was no mention of it in the portfolio of police,
Should there be?
and there was no Joint Standing Committee.
Honorable Barnett,
It
should
had,
there?
they had not announced that they were purchasing anything, as far as I knew, within the Police Portfolio Committee. And certainly
Should there have been a report of this matter in the police committee?
there may have been.
No,
I don't
should
know.
there have
It
been?
was an aberration to have them
Based
purchasing
on the
property.
law
I
that
don't know
you
what.
are well aware of, based on 22 years of experience, should that report have been given in the police committee?
The report, as I said, there was no report on this matter before the police committee.
There shouldn't have been. My question is, should there have been?
I can't determine that.
Yes, you can.
No, I cannot.
You just earlier said where it's meant to be reported in is the JSCI.
The JSCI did not exist. It may
Yes.
well have been raised within the police portfolio committee.
All
I
right.
don't know.
Are you saying that now? Are you making that submission to say that because it didn't exist, it should have been done in the police
I'm
committee.
not saying it should have.
So it shouldn't have.
I'm not, what I said was I took it to the Inspector General of Intelligence.
I know that. I want to know, where should the report be given?
Well, it can't be given to a committee that doesn't exist.
And neither
There
can it
was
be,
then a possibility, there was no reference to any such expenditure in the annual report of the SAPS.
and neither should it be given in the committee that does exist, which is the police committee. And you say to the public that it should be given there. You misled the public. I put it to you. You passed the legal test, but you are in breach of the code of standards and ethics required from an MP.
I respectfully disagree.
Thank you, Honorable Barnard. Thank you, Chair.
Next, Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Barnard, do you believe in owning your convictions?
I beg your pardon?
Do you believe in owning your convictions?
I believe that I have to do the right thing at any stage, no
Did you do
matter.
the right thing by releasing a statement? Do you think you did the right thing?
Yes. I think-
100%.
I think I did, and like I thought you had.
And you are owning, leave me out of this, and you are owning your convictions.
I don't know why.
I'm just saying, do you own your convictions?
Yes, I
When
believe.
something tells you do something, you do it.
I believe I should have
You
done
should.
this, yes.
So why is it that today you want to be part of a groupie?
Part of a group of what?
Yes, because I'm not sitting in that seat. Action SA is not being implicated in this. It is you. Every time you get asked a question, you say, so did Honorable James.
Okay.
Every time you get answered, like several times here today, you say, so did Honorable James, so did the entire day. This is why I'm asking you. When you do something, you believe in what you do.
Yes.
So don't be part of a groupie. Leave the groupie syndrome. Why was it necessary for you to the entire day say Honorable James and Action SA? What were you trying to insinuate?
I wasn't insinuating anything. I was congratulating you for doing your job.
But the entire day, this is not about us.
Okay.
There are no allegations, nothing. Why do you think it was so important for General Mkhwanazi, out of everyone, just pull a name out of a hat and it's yours?
I did go into the history that we have earlier on.
Other than the allegation that has been leveled against you, have you ever shared information with anyone, with any journalist and said, you know what, I'd like to remain anonymous?
Out of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence?
Anything, ever?
Absolutely not out of the Joint Standing
In
Committee on
your 2
Intelligence.
decades of being a member of parliament, you've never ever shared anything and leaked anything to the media and said, you know what, I wish to remain anonymous. Never ever.
I don't do anonymous
You
things.
don't.
I say, here is a statement, here is a comment, it's me.
I also want to ask you, you said earlier on that you were in contact, because now South Africans are wanting to know, they're wondering this coincidence. You said earlier on that you spoke to Paul O'Sullivan 7 years ago. We heard from, I'm not sure which witness anymore, that 7 years ago there was this meeting with General Patlani at the home of the former Kretschner with regards to that Patlani plot. And we kept on asking, who's the DA person that was there? And today you tell us 7 years later, coincidentally, that you were on a phone call with Paul O'Sullivan back then. Is it just sheer coincidence?
Yes. I said, I think it was around 7 years. I'd have to go back to old phones to find out when I spoke to him or asked him a question about something he'd announced in the media.
You didn't say something earlier on. You were specific earlier on when we asked you what was the phone call all about. And you said you think it was about General Patlani. Did you
Indeed.
also have interest in him?
Interest in who?
General Patlani.
I drove the issue of his criminality right the way through, yes.
I leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James, are you done? Honorable Matthews, are you back? Thank you so much. You can You can only thank the benevolence of the chairperson. And I check, Advocate Aaron said you have questions to ask the witness.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kola Barnard, is there anything more that you want to say?
No, there's nothing I think I need add except the correction that the Kumalo name was raised in this article in News 24. That was the only correction I wanted to make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. You are looking at me, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Okay. Thank you so much for the work that has been done during this week, the fourth week since the year 2026. Next week is our fifth week. There is a State of the Nation address on Thursday. Members of this committee are invited to attend the State of the Nation address. So it means we are going to have 2 days next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the other week, starting on is the week of the 16th. There is a SONA debate for 2 days, which will be Monday, Tuesday, and the president responds on Wednesday. And the Thursday, the 19th, will be the tabling of the budget. So the members must understand that we are going to work for 2 days next week. And there is a possibility of us not working in that other week from the 16th to the 19th. 19th and the 20th is the last day of the committee. The committee has agreed on a list of witnesses that are still outstanding. So when we get to our next meeting, the committee must think or must come there having thought about how we are going to work on the remaining list of witnesses. These are the suggestions that the chairperson and the guidance that the chair of this committee will want to get from members. I have requested the legal team of Parliament led by Mr. Dejana, together with the legal team led by Advocate Arensa, to prepare a timetable of appearances for the 2 days next week, or to finalize a timetable of appearance for the 2 days next week. And the period until the end of the work of the committee. So that if there are suggestions that we must make to the office of the speaker, those must be practical suggestions that we should be able to make. But the parties that are in this committee, Honorable Skosana, because you are also able to meet with the Chief Whip under the Chief Whip's Forum, you can also consider having such a meeting and discuss those matters so that you are able to advise appropriately. We are still in engagements with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan within the framework of or the directives that the committee has given. So for next week, Tuesday and Monday, in the event that we are still unable to get either of them, or because I saw General Vuma has also submitted a draft affidavit now, which the legal team must look at and make a decision whether it can be available for members or whether the witness can be ready to appear before the committee next week, Tuesday or Wednesday. So they will look at the totality of all those things. But those 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, I can assure you that we are going to use them profitably. There is no way that the legal team can come here empty-handed and say, we have not got any witness. So once everything is done this afternoon and tomorrow, and probably Monday, confirmations will be made with the members. We should also have a meeting as a committee to finalize the proposals that the legal team of Parliament and the senior counsel and his team will be making before the committee. But by all likelihood, we can see that from next week, Thursday, until the 19th of February, it is not going to be possible, given those circumstances, for the committee to be able to do its work. So members will think about it. I'm your chairperson. When I speak your advices, I speak your decisions. So today we have done our work very speedily. I'm going to release you now so that you have enough time to think how, within the circumstances, we should be able to finish the outstanding list of witnesses. Honorable Scosan.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chair. I thought Honorable Adams is going to appear after Honorable Barnett, but unfortunately,
No,
Chair.
all those possibilities are there. That's why I say, remember, we have General Patlane, we have General Mkhwanazi, we have Honorable Adams, we have General Vuma, we have Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, we have Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi. We have that list of applications from Honorable Souls that we have endorsed. The witness who was here yesterday must also come back, we have agreed. So there is no problem. Let's allow them to look at the whole list and make a complete proposal on how the appearances will be scheduled before the committee. Does that make sense, honorable members? May you please, Honorable Sangon.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to clarify the questions to the President. We send
Oh,
them. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Tejana, when I spoke with him yesterday, he requested that because it is now proven that you are a benevolent chairperson, can I request you to extend the time of members up until today? You said today, Honorable Mr. Tejana. Yeah, we can give them until tomorrow. This is what you must do, members. If you have questions that you want to forward to the office of the President, let's have those questions submitted. Number two, any other question on evidence that would have been presented before this committee, Honorable James? If there are questions that must be forwarded either to the National Police Commissioner or to the NPA or to IDEC or anybody, let's have all those questions forwarded so that we can send them to those institutions. Thank you so much for that reminder, Honorable Sangod. It's a very important reminder. Bonani, we said the minutes of our previous meetings must be made available to the members. They can be circulated so that when we meet, we don't have to read those sets of minutes one after the other. And seeing your prayers or hearing your prayers, Honorable Breitenbach, I then request all of you to stand up and leave the chambers.